Hey, it's raining here. Do you really have to park your big old truck right where the passengers are going to be walking? I mean, geez, we got to go around it now. Hey, welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Thanks for coming. Hop in your airplane. It may be soggy, but it's flying time. Hey, streaming. Hey, can I come in? I gotta do the flight. You want to open the door? Okay. I guess somebody else is gonna do it. I'll just sit down. Hello there. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Lovis is flying the F-28 today. So we get to do all the really cool jokes about the F-28. Those are always a good time. Thanks for putting in wows in at wow time. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by today. Happy, okay, yeah, I always get in trouble at this point. Happy Monday, huh? What am I thinking on that one? But yeah, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by today. I hope you're doing really good. Your week's off to a good start. It looks like it's off to a good start. We are here in Trondheim. And I think I saw Captain Norse was in chat as we were walking through there. Captain Norse knows that departure area. How did the scenery do? Is it a pretty good representation of that? As you can see, it is a little bit soggy here, and Loviz is already flying right now. And Loviz says, be ready with your anti-ice buttons on this one. So be ready with anti-ice, okay? We'll be ready for that too.
Top clearance granted,
let's see, is it Preacher 101?
Noted.
Preacher 101 just did a resub. Thank you for a really nice resub. Preacher's been here for about, I'd say, what has it been? About 3 months or so. Preacher, thank you for some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for coming on by. And Captain North says it was a 100% spot on with the summer weather. Yeah, no kidding. I bet more people are going to be doing a little bit of traveling right now. Let's see. Ian likes the F-28. It is a cool airplane, and we're all getting excited about the F-100 that's going to be coming out too. Hey there, Tim J says, God geweld. Did I say that right? Spioner. Tim J always comes in and does a very, very nice local greeting, no matter where we are in the world, which is kind of cool. I always look forward to that when we get going there. Yes, we were staying at the Radisson last night. They had a special deal on radishes at the Radisson. And that's about as best a joke I can do. Let's come on in here. I'm already ready to go. This is a little bit of a longer haul down to Copenhagen. So I'm ready to close the doors here. All ready to close the doors. So let's come on over here and close the doors and get ready to go. Here comes the cargo. Loviz would rather be in the F-100. Auto throttle would be a luxury. Hi, Cybeck. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Average Canadian, your new chair is so comfortable. Yeah, when you get the proper chair and stuff like that, it really is kind of good to have, isn't it? Okay, ground power is disconnected. We're on the APU. Passengers are aboard. Seatbelts going on. No ATC here, so we're just going to go ahead and do our thing and get out of here. I've already got everything else ready to go. So let's come on down here. Going to squawk 1000. I guess that's probably pretty good. Parking brake is on. And chocks and cones going to go away. Come on over here. We'll do a rehash, just a recycle there. 0093 on the altimeter. We're ready to go. So let's go and get our good friend, Pushback Helper. And here comes Pushback Helper. Let's see. We need to go to 122.8. 122.8. That looks good. And 122.8 is good there. Pop that in. Anybody behind me? And everything looks good for our push and start. Let's see. Tim J says, even. Average Canadian, welcome aboard. You know, that's one of the things about the flight simulator is they do just sometimes crash for no reason. Very, very frustrating that it does that sometimes. Kind of one of the reasons why you don't see me doing a lot of long hauls and stuff, unless, you know, it's like you know, cross the pond, cross the ditch, cross the land, cross the river, cross the whatever. You know, that's really one of the reasons. Okay, beacon can go on. It's always amazing to me how it is that I remember to do most of my stuff here on the first flight, but by the second or third flight, my brains start going away. Starting engine number 1. Let's get this thing going. And here we go. Just do a straight little push back here. A soggy day in the neighborhood for sure. Good startup sounds here.
Please observe the cabin crew member closest to you as we are about to demonstrate the safety features of our Airbus A320 aircraft. Thank you.
Parking brakes.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Release the
welcome
tug.
aboard Airbus
That's probably good enough.
Please pay attention to illuminated signs and crew instructions, including the following.
Let's see. It crashes for Ian. That's not fun at all. Just plug the hold into the UNS-1, and I'm glad I got to that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, low-vis is in an older airplane, so just the simple hold that we're doing here, it's going to be a lot harder for things to work for. Yeah, low-vis has a lot more work to do. Low-vis getting a workout today, taking the F-28 on this flight. T-Bird, welcome aboard with all of the fun emotes. Thank you for coming in. Welcome aboard and a super... I'm going to have to figure out some way to get around this saying Happy Monday and stuff because it just doesn't feel right saying Happy Monday. I was a part of the workforce a little bit too long. It is definitely soggy, but Ian says we can handle all this. If it crashes again, so average Canadian,
confirmed.
it could be your airplane
Granted, agent.
if it's the same
Loyalty
thing.
noted.
Dan is back with a nice resub. Dan's been here for 22 months. Dan, thank you for a really nice resub. Thanks for some great jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep my lights on here. I really appreciate it. Thanks for helping me to keep this silly thing going. Couldn't do it without you. And here comes engine number 2. Oh, we weren't back in the cabin to hear the PTU dogs bark. It was kind of fun going into Tucson yesterday. Phoenix yesterday when the other dogs was coming in. It crashes after you load the sim, but it's working now. It crashes when you load the sim. That makes me think there might be a problem with an airplane or something. 2 good starts on our engines. Starter goes to normal. APU goes off. And we come over here and do pedal disconnect. Pedal disconnect. And control surface checks. Ailerons. Elevators, rudders, not in that actual order though. Down 0.5, trims down 0.5, 5, flaps 1, and let's see, auto brakes, max, anti-ice. After low-vis said that it was already icing, I've already planned for wet conditions and anti-ice, so anti-ice is going on. Low-vis now has to maintain 290 knots or greater in the descent. First challenge. Low-vis is really going to have a real workout on this flight. This is an airplane like this, it's so nice for an event like this. It really is. But trim is in doubt. Tim J wants to know what the VMO, maneuvering speed, right? VMO, maneuvering speed, clean speed, green dot speed in an Airbus, right? Did I get that right, or have I already gotten too old and I'm forgetting my V speeds? I know, that's the other thing. So, Low-vis is dealing with a wee bout of COVID and stuff, and I'm amazed that you've got the brain power to do this. I don't even have the brain power, and I'm not sick. Well, I'm sick in the head, but not, sick with other things. Just a quick check to make sure ATC hasn't popped up. V speed maximum. Oh, V maximum operating speed. No ATC. Low vis gets to descend to a flight level 100. And a very nice, this was a really cool airport. I remember, you know, we got Trondheim a while back. You know what we haven't been into? There's a really cool airport that's got a great turn to final. And it's got a great Alta here in Norway. It's got a really cool turn to final. Haven't been to that one in a while. No VMO for the A320. Captain Norse, it is Alta, right? I probably Americanized it right. But isn't that one of the coolest approaches in Norway? I mean, there's a few. I also, Hammerfest is a favorite too. Always like doing the Hammerfest arrival. But Alta is just really cool, and if you get the right runway, it's a great turn to final at the end. Wigbill is here. Hi, Wigbill. Yeah, it's a little soggy today. Yes, Wigbill is from Texas, so this is what we call rain. This is the time of year when there's not an awful lot of that in Texas, and that's why the barbecue can be so spicy. Just back from holiday, Paul Winter Roads. How was Rhodes, Paul? That's right. Yeah, it's a Circle to Land, Captain Norse, and I think it's one of the fun ones for sure. Yes, it is wizardry. CJ9, welcome aboard. Sunjammer's here. We have to watch out for the glide slope. Paul says it was beautiful and 31 degrees, so it's a little hot at Rhodes. There were some pretty big fires on the island of Rhodes recently, Paul. Did they get, is that damage still there, or did they, you know, go record time to get it all cleaned up and stuff? Hi, Brussels sprouts, welcome aboard. Happy Monday. I've got to figure out something else to say. Manzarati 79 is back. You're back home, so you were on a trip too? So you're on vacation. Let's see. So far, so good. I'm having to add a little bit more thrust to keep us going. We must be a little bit heavier or something. It was almost 40 at Lindos. 40 degrees Celsius. That's a little bit on the warm side. 40 degrees Fahrenheit, yeah, that's nothing. 40 degrees Celsius, holy moly. Show me the nearest frozen margarita machine. CJ9, so far so good. Welcome on in. Did you buy a mod for your speed brake on the Airbus Quadrant, or is it just the flaps? Martin, there is a speed brake lever on the TCA Airbus Captain's Pack. Oh, 92 degrees? Oh. Yeah, that's there are people in Texas that'll break out the winter coats for 92 degrees. Trondheim traffic, there is a sassy little A320 coming up to runway 27, taking off and departing to the west and then the south. Trondheim. Hello, North Gaming. Long sleeve weather. Bear Down says it's 92 degrees in Chicago. Yeah, well, that's just standing next to the pizza oven, right? Manzarati was at Lausios, the west side. And that's on the south side from Roto City. Probably butchering those names. This is technically an intersection departure, and I did the intersection departure. I had a little bit of time before the spy flight, so I got a few more extra things done. Cryptic is okay. This is a spy flight. People in Chicago start wearing shorts when it hits 50 degrees. Well, that's because it is so bitterly cold off Lake Michigan in the wintertime, right, Bear Down? I finally am starting to get to the point where I feel like I'm handling this airplane decently and not looking, just really ridiculous. Shall we go? Throttle's up about halfway. Engines are stable. Manual flex, SRS, runway is set, auto thrust is blue, flying time. Hi, P.S. Morandi.
New recruit detected.
Somebody just hit the follow button. I need to look at the runway. I'm sorry, I can't look at chat. 100 knots, steering with the rudder pedals now. V1, hands off the throttles and rotate. Positive climb gear. Not an awful lot to see outside this airplane, is there? Not a lot to see. This is a great departure, though. This is a great departure.
Subscriber
so we do a little turn. Okay, what just happened?
Loyalty noted.
Brennan became a follower. Brennan, thank you. And WSX Boy just did a resub. Lever climb, thrust climb. WSX Boy's been here for 21 months. WSX Boy, thank you for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here. Somebody says there's Haagen-Dazs somewhere. I'm ready for ice cream. I'm ready for ice cream. We departed from Trondheim, Brennan. So we departed from Trondheim. We're going to Copenhagen with continuing service to Aalborg. And I think I'm butchering the name Aalborg. This is a fun flight to do this. This is a fun flight to do. Departure for flying by hand. I don't have the autopilot in, and really, like I said, I'm finally getting to the point with the A319 and the A320 that I feel like I can do these things. It's a little hard for me to see the flight directors. The flight directors are kind of hard to see.
Subscriber confirmed.
And roll it out.
Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
And looking good. So the flight directors, these two little green things, and they're real hard to see. But looking good. Let's go ahead and do AP. AP is good. Trondheim traffic, the Scandinavian A320 has made a sassy little departure to the south. And happy landings in Trondheim. Cheers. Let's see. We're going to go to flight level 350. Let's just do the climb. No ATC. We are flying Scandinavian right now. Martin gifted a sub to Kaiser. Hey, Martin. Thank you for gifting a sub. I appreciate that. Thank you for coming in today. After you're done with the plane, could we go to Norwich? Oh, flaps. I knew I was forgetting something. Flaps, speed brakes. Okay, flaps are up, speed brakes are disarmed, gear is up, after takeoff items are good. I don't think we've ever been to Norwich. I think there's a school there, And that's where a YouTuber that does a lot of YouTube videos about World War II is a teacher in Norwich. And I've always been kind of thinking, ooh, that looks kind of cool. But I don't know that we've ever been to Norwich before. Mark Felton is the YouTuber. Does really good quality videos, but also does some fun ones too. And there's our turnout there. Oh my gosh, look outside. There's sunshine. This was a weird departure, but when I saw it, that this is the one that we got from Simbrief, I thought, oh, this is great. Brennan sees the KC-135. Those are the refueling airplane. 10,000 feet, landing lights, nose light, 10,000 foot cabin call. Not a bad departure. I actually feel almost like I did that really good. Got the anti-ice on right now. I'm going to leave it on just a little bit longer because we flew out with so much rain. It really felt good, Captain Norse. And you know what? If the departure feels really good like that, it's sort of like, oh, cool. Airplane's doing really good. So what we're doing that's different, normally on Vectors to Copenhagen Monday, we get to Copenhagen, then we go and do something else. You know, we switch airplanes. We, let's see, Stu McChigas did Stu McHaggis, right? You like Mark? Yeah, the Mark Felton videos are actually really pretty good. One day. And, you know, I'm not one of those people that think that there's anything remotely funny about Hitler, but there is a YouTube channel. There is a YouTube channel called Hitler Rants. And it's basically the people go and they took some of the movie Downfall and they cut it up and they put funny subtitles in there. And one day, even the people from Hitler Rants did a thing about Mark Felton. Did a thing about Mark Felton, and it's just sort of like, I thought it was hilarious. So, and then Mark Felton has also done a video on the Castle of the Eagles. That was one of his favorite movies. So he went and did a tour around the Castle of the Eagles, which, if you don't know, was in the movie Where Eagles Dare. That's right, Tim J. It was about Flight Simulator X. It was Hitler's first rant. That's how I first became aware of that. And it's sort of like, okay. But anyway, yeah. So Mark Felton is one of those that's big enough that, you know, got ranted about. I thought one of the best, some of the best lines from that, I still remember them. It's, you know, how is it that he's written 19 more books than I have? And, you know, how is it he's got so many viewers with, you know, such a nice voice and you know, simple editing. And then at the very end, they said, and he's got a great theme song too. Okay, this is good. This is good. Everything looks great. Now, next thing to do is, as we're climbing out, okay, there's about 18,000 feet. Let's let the flight attendants get up. I think we're done with engine anti-ice now. We're out of the clouds. Temperature is still cold, but it's 3 degrees total air temperature, but we're out of the clouds. I don't think we're going to ice up now. Big thing we've got to be ready for, though, is the hold coming in. Now, Loviz already put the hold into the Fokker because that flight management computer is so much harder. But we're just going to go ahead and expect the hold no matter what. And I think some airports actually expect you to put the hold in, and, you know, there's a big sign that says, do not proceed past this point without ATC. So you just put it in anyway. but we need to be ready for the hold at Ernov. So the inbound course is 179 with left turns and 1.5 minutes. So let's go ahead and find Ernov. So flight plan. Ernov. Hold. I already forgot the numbers. 179. 179 is our inbound course. We are making left turns. And the time is supposed to be 1.5 minutes. 1.5 is the time. Okay, so everything's good. 179 left turns, 1.5 minutes, and inserted into the flight plan. Now we're all set and ready. If they don't make us do the hold, we just go direct to the next point and it's gone. But it's that simple. Let's see. Patton says that Norwegian uses a 737 for the flight from Copenhagen to Aalborg. I was going to stay in the airplane and do a little thing that we call continuing service. And you know, real airplanes, they come into the airport, they don't just stop when you get there, they go and they do another flight, you know, sitting at the ground. They don't even turn it off or anything. So we're doing the same thing, and there's probably another name for it, but we call it continuing service. Loviz did not get a hold. Loviz got direct to 22 left. You know, it could have been a trick. They know you're in the Fokker F-28, and they said, let's trick them and see. Let's see, 127225. We've just been beat. And this is Polaris. One of the best names of a center ever. 225. Really, you know, if I could go and work at a center, I'd go to Polaris. CJ9 is doing Malta to Manchester today. That's kind of a long flight, CJ9. You could stop someplace, like stop in Paris for Frog's Legs or something. Polaris Control, good evening. Scandinavian 441 is about 48 miles north of Abuno. Passing flight level 240 for flight level 350. Is silence a good thing? 127255, not 225. Okay, I don't know how to tune a radio. Welcome to the Spy Flight. We're gonna die.
Direct to Gunta, lot 49.
Brennan got a job at Drassault designing. That's gonna be a fun job. Polaris Control, good evening from Scandinavian 441. Looks like about 42 miles north of Abuno. Passing flight level 250 for flight level 350.
For Polaris, good evening. It's work 5514.
5514 now for Scandinavian 441. Okay. We are squawking, and I think we'll have ATC throughout the rest of the...
Driver 441, identified flight level 350.
Climb flight level 350, Scandinavian 441. Oh hey, we are now in the ATC zone.
Polaris Control, good evening, with the 5 Whiskey crossing flight level 280.
Shall we see what's ahead of us right now?
With 5 Whiskey, Polaris, good evening.
So there's Trondheim right there. So here we are coming on in. There's our little airplane.
Descent flight level 120 with a 5 Whiskey.
Lost somewhere in all of those airplanes is Lovis's F-28. Fortunately, all the controllers on VATSIM know that those pilots are not fuckering around. Hi, Laxon. We departed out of Trondheim really nice today. It's kind of rainy and soggy today, isn't it? Rainy and soggy.
Polaris November 240 Victor, flight level 200 for 2.
Yeah, I could do that.
November 24 Sierra Victor, Flyin.
I'm seeing if I can spot low vis without cheating.
360.
Yeah, I'm trying to use the favorite. You can use the favorites list. I'm seeing if I can't spot low vis anyway. There he is. Oh, low vis is really tight, really close. There's low vis. Scandi for 120. I think low vis is about ready to go and be done with that. Hey Wesley, welcome aboard. CJ will have ATC at London Center today. That's right, we couldn't find low vis, but we did find Waldo. ENBO, Windsor 09011, so it's sunny and nice. We should have taken off from Boda. It was soggy and rainy and chilly in Trondheim. No need for sunscreen in Trondheim. Let's see, Patton says when we fly past, go to Aalborg, there's a concrete or cement plant that you're working at. I haven't tried the FlightSim Labs Neo. I've got so many Airbuses as it is.
Bye-bye.
I just don't know that I need another Airbus right now. Maybe sometime down the road I'll pick it up, but now just doesn't seem to be the time to do that. Tim J ordered out. You got food at a Korean place today? Yeah, Cybec. There was all that whole area was ATC. All ATC all the time. Tim J wants Polyat to come out and judge you. What? Because you went for Korean food? Yeah, that's the VAT glasses overweight. Tim J, thank you for reminding me. I don't know why VAT glasses keeps disconnecting from my brain. Yeah, I think that when Phoenix does it, maybe, but see, I've got an A319, an A320, and an A321. I really don't need any more Airbuses, along with an A300 and an A350 and an A330. Low-vis is going to land. Uh-oh. I think low-vis is going to take a break after this. Because you ordered out, Tim J, Polyat orders out all the time. How could Polyat be judgmental about ordering out?
Up to flight level 400, 240 Victor.
I think low-vis is really overworked right now. In the F-28, you definitely get overworked. Nothing else to worry about here. Climb's looking good. I think seatbelts can go off. Oh, we already did seatbelts. Not an awful lot to see out the windows today. CJ9 says it's adult beverage time. We'll just stick with Spy T today. That'll be the best thing to do. And there's flight level 350. We'll wait till we settle in and we get into cruise mode and see how far we have to go. Current time is 1837 Zulu. And we're now in cruise mode. We should be in Copenhagen at 1941 Zulu. It is 1837, so unless we get some direct twos or something, we got a little time. The progress and reports page is a really good one in this flight management system. Just gives you all everything that you need right there. It is 13:36, and since you're not doing any driving, well, CJ, if you're not driving, if you can do, you know, safety first. Did somebody do a spy hat? I'm sorry. I didn't see one, but yes, we should do a spy hat. And we've got an Airbus hat for an Airbus.
Lot 4909, request the frequency change.
Lot 4909, advance 3 altitude estimate, good night.
128, good night to you, sir.
Somebody just got kicked to Unicom, really? So let's see. Basically, Europe is got some nice ATC. We've got 1,720 people flying on VATSIM today. That's pretty good for a Monday, I think. That's pretty good. Looks like we got Poland. We've got the UK. Looks like the corridor from Manchester down to London. Even Newcastle is up. If only they would, you know, start brewing Newcastle and ship it here. Does Norwich even have an airport? Norwich does have an airport. EGSH. I SH you not on that one. EGSH. So, let's see what we can find out about the Norwich airport. Best place to do that is FSN on Compare. EGSH.
Alpha Bravo Polaris, good evening.
There is a Norwich airport. It was made by UK 2000 Scenery. You can get it at flightsim.to or Sim Market. Or the marketplace. Let's see. It says best prices in the marketplace. Let's look at Sim Market. Norwich even has an ATIS there, really. Okay, so it's a about 14 euros. Okay, so they've got a firefighting training stand. They've got some hangars and helicopters. They've got, they got a luggage rack. They've got aviation ramps. I wish these things kind of work, though. They're really interesting. Welcome to Norwich Airport, the home of low fares and Ryanair. Well, that's a kind of a nice terminal. Looks like KLM has got a big hangar there. They've got a tower for radar. They've got another tower. Looks like they've got a Vulcan out there, a little Vulcan out there that you can go, and a little museum. UK 2000, I guess so. You got the box set for Flight Sim 2002. And Loviz is over in the Fokker and had a great landing. Minus 174. So, are y'all charged up? Or are you had a great landing, you were busy as hell. Are y'all charged up and saying, yeah, let's go? Or is it sort of like, I need to go and lie down after that in the F-28? Looks like they've got a fair few helicopters out here. Hey, they've got fire trucks, so that's a good place for me to go and land.
November 24, Sierra Victor, short living mirror space, monitor advice 31.
They did, actually, looks like they did some work here. Well, if they've got that, we should do a Mark Felton flight someday. See, Saxon Air also is there. So I guess that means that special service for people that play saxophones. Yeah, it's Monday. My sense of humor is going to be really twisted today. Sorry. Okay, that's not a bad thing. So someday we'll go and look for a Norwich airport.
I'm gonna look right now.
WSX Boy says there is a free one at flightsim.to.
I don't have Hugo in my route.
Okay, what's your waypoint in your route then?
I'm now going to Topa.
Say again the waypoint, please.
I'm now going to waypoint Topa.
So there's several. Here's the UK 2000 scene right here. And then there is a free where there's Norwich here. There's they've got a castle there. They've got a castle. They've got a city version too. It looks like they've done some real work here. There's the school and the university. And a bunch of helicopters. Carrow Road Stadium in Norwich. Man, there's a lot of Norwich stuff here at flightsim.to.
You just double check the file routing report back which
there's all sorts of stuff there. But they do have a castle, so that's a good thing.
Roger that.
Control to 16 Charlie, what's your passing?
If it's a Ryanair airport, it's not a long runway. So it's 6,000 feet or 1,841 meters. So probably not a big day for flex takeoffs.
Yes, sir. We're just gonna restart the flight because I did something wrong
Kid,
with the
turn
flight.
down your mic.
Sorry.
I mean, you can't hear the controller, but the kid's blowing us out. I know that the masters at VATSIM have kind of washed their hand of that, but that's really not.
Show you the route.
Norwich is the home of English mustard.
Hello, walk in 36, flight level 99 for flight level 100. 3612,
Well, I got a bite on that one. What is English mustard? English mustard is a type of mustard known for its strong, pungent, and sinus-clearing heat. It's bright yellow, mustard seeds, vinegar, and spices. Pungent and sinus-clearing heat. Really? Okay, that's English mustard. WSX boy. Okay. All right, maybe I guess it's good for, you know, if you've got a cold or something. Victor is back. You like Victor? You like the Mondays at Copenhagen? That's right. We're going to do continuing service and Victor. Yeah, we're going to Aalborg after that. That's right. Bear down. That reminds you of the Grey Poupon commercials from a long time ago. I tried it a few times. It was okay. I was never really thinking that it was all that, you know, that Grey Poupon was that awesome.
That's approved. Please report them back.
Report them back, either 16 Charlie.
Oh, that happens in it. That happens. Everybody sees that. You're going to look out the window, Victor? We will not be throwing beer cans out the airplane window. Pungent is a harsh word. WSX Boy says it's nice but strong. And now CJ9 says the loud kid is on Unicom. I really don't, want kids to feel bad about being here, but please turn down your microphones. It's not that hard to properly adjust your microphone, and you're blowing people out. Loviz was in a sassy little F-28 today. Oh my gosh. Looks like you're a little crabby coming in, but not bad. And Loviz had a really great landing rate too. Those airplanes, yeah, I know. Very nice. And I think it was a minus 147 that Loviz had on that one. Loviz, you gonna go? We'll catch you a little later. Probably gonna do just 2 today. Trondheim to Copenhagen, Copenhagen to Aalborg. I don't see an awful lot. There's Moncton Monday. I'm not sure. We've done that a while. It's a week. We've had a couple of really busy days. So, everybody getting to take a break. I also did finally get DCS World updated. So, I was going to try and learn the Corsair and see if I can't do that. I have a company message. I'll bet it's that we departed on time. No ADC required. Actually, we departed about half an hour early. We departed about a half an hour early today. There's a couple of good videos on the Corsair. Oh, and I found a manual. I found the original flight manual that they would give to the crews for the Corsair. So that meant I got to do a little bit of reading that. And it was a simple Google search. I Google search Corsair F4U. Corsair space F4.
Dude. 5 Alpha Bravo Sierra accidentally directed Montail.
And then manual and PDF. And that's how I got this one. It's about a 71-page manual. And it looks like it goes into some depth on the airplane too. So it's really pretty cool. Even had a couple of jokes in there as well. So, it's an old school manual. You got to want to read it, but there you go. Ian got shrimp today. Here comes our equal time point. Well, the thing is since I harp on it all the time, come over to settings, click settings, there's your window. Go to the audio tab, and then this is what you do. You can probably see it's a little small here, but you can see my microphone as I'm yapping away here, bouncing around. Now I actually keep mine a little bit lower. 127.755 now for Scandinavian 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
Bye-bye.
127.755.
130. Climb 120 Canadian over Lima.
But we've also got, controllers that are so soft spoken. This is Sweden Control. Sweden Control, good evening. Scandinavian 441 is about 12 miles north of Tumgu at flight level 350. Hello.
Good evening, Scandinavian 441, Sweden Control. Radar contact.
But it's really not that hard to do that, to adjust it. Like I said, I've got a fairly powerful mic here on my system, so I've turned mine down a little bit. People were telling me I was too loud. But there's a green zone and a red zone, and my guess is people have not adjusted their mic volume. And so that's one of those little soapboxes that I get on all the time, because they are annoyingly loud. And if, you know, the controllers want to be soft spoken, then, you know, you can't have people with microphone settings that just blast everybody's ears out, and it's getting old. Makes you want to look at, you know, IVAO or something. Tim Dog says that CRC has the audio built in. You don't have those settings. It's all automatic. Well, as long as it's not blowing people away. The red zone is for immediate loading and unloading of passengers only. There is no microphone activity in the red zone. Tim J, thank you for lightening it up. I get too serious about that. Maybe if I didn't use in-ear earbuds and I had headphones, it'd be different, but...
Privilege 58 Foxtrot Delta, clear direct Delta Bravo 433.
All right, let's see what we got going on here. We're in Sweden Control now. There we are. We're right here going into Sweden.
Scandinavian 641, descend altitude 3,000 feet, QNH 996.
3,000 feet, QNH 996.
Lufthansa 244, descent flight level 70.
We've actually just passed, Gardermoen, Oslo. Aalborg. Okay, Aalborg is up. So this is our second destination. Aalborg says runway 26 right is in use. So it's good to know 26 right for our arrival runway. It's going to be 22 right for our departure out of Copenhagen.
Scandinavian Cobra Lima, I'm sorry I was on the wrong frequency for 2 minutes. Did I miss something?
No, you did not, but you will get the next instruction now. Contact Sweden Control 131.2.
See, there's a reason why it is that I don't do ATC. If somebody came online and said that to me and says, "Hi, this is Scandinavian 441. We were on the wrong frequency. We're back. Did I miss anything?" I would have said, "Yeah, we were giving away free pizzas about 5 minutes ago. Where were you?" At which point, I'm sure I would be, I would receive a strongly worded email from the management saying your job is not comedy. So I'll stick with being a pilot. That's right. You'll have the, yeah, that's right. We were giving away free pizza. Too bad you missed it. It's probably a good thing that I never decided to do a career in real ATC2. I would have been always in trouble. Tim J, your address is LSGG, PO Box 314. I know it's always time to talk about pizza. Yes, instead of pre-cutting up vegetables for dinner tonight, I figured it's time to maybe sit back and enjoy pizza. Or something. Don't know. We are now 121 miles from top of descent. Let's come over here now. Go to the Phoenix page. Come over to EKCH. Hit refresh. Hit arrival ATIS information. Foxtrot is aboard. Still landing on 22 left. Conditions are 555. Better than 666, I guess. Transition level is 65. Winds are 260 at 16. Good visibility. 15 degrees, 1002 on the altimeters. The ATIS is here. And we're close enough. This is about 100 miles out is when I'll go and plug it in. So let's go and plug this in right now. First things first, winds. 260 at 16.
Oscar Echo Alpha, were you on your heading currently?
The temperature is 15 degrees. The altimeter 1002. Their transition level is 65. I'm gonna go config 3 for my landing. And now that we're done with that, we need minimums for the runway. We already know that it's going to be 22 left. So this, of course, yeah, it gave me 22 right according to the flight plan. Jeez. Okay, so approach, we need 22 right. No, we don't need 22 right. We need 22 left. And while we're at it, we're also going to need... It also will not load the ground chart. We need parking stands. Okay, minimums for... Oh, that was category 2. Whoops. Got the wrong one. We need this 22 left. There we go. And minimums are...
Wind 250
208.
110.
So 208 on the barrow. And all of that information's in. Back to performance. We're 101 miles out. And I really do like to try and get this done about 100 miles, especially into an event. That way we're all ready in case they, you know, tell us to do things. Flight Sim Aviation. No, I'm afraid I can't afford to do those sorts of things. Flight Sim Aviation. Maybe some year. I just haven't been able to do that.
244, descent altitude 3,000 feet, QNH.
Microsoft Flight Simulator doesn't simulate the wet runways. Let's see. Over on flight plan, we are expected to have 4.6. So 4.6. The pilot brief says we panic at 2.1. So we're supposed to land with 4.6. We have to go to our alternate before we get to 2.1 is final reserve and alternate. So we're all good to go there. And get rid of 22 right. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Tim J says we have to do a pit stop and Martel is here. Hi, Martel. We are coming into Copenhagen and then we're going to do another flight, Copenhagen to Aalborg. So continuing service to Aalborg. We heard they had free pizza. $88 miles to top of descent. Oh, really, Martel? Because I know you have to go to bed a little bit earlier. I didn't realize.
Disregard.
I didn't realize that meant that you had to that you lost an hour. Actually, starting at 1800 Zulu's been going pretty good so far this summer. And, you know, it seems like Tuesday and Wednesday are very light days as far as VATSIM events and stuff. So Monday we've got some good events.
Scanner 641 copied, flight runway heading, climb 3,000 feet.
Runway heading, climb 3,000, and 1.
Sweden, Gokul, runner 8 vector, climb level 360.
They have almost 70 arrivals today
Gokul, runner 8 vector,
in Copenhagen, 25 departures. Oh, really? You've got more work to do these days, so 1900's a little better for you? Somebody's got a Concorde here going to Gardermoen from Heathrow. Concorde flight from Heathrow to Oslo. Seems like a whole lot of airplane for that.
Canal 416, descent flight level 340.
Top of descent's coming up about 60, 70 miles.
Canada 641, radar vectors for a new approach, runway 21, turn right heading 350.
New approach?
Right heading 350, and 1.
Lufthansa 244, wind 26 degrees.
Vectors for a new approach? They're giving out new approaches?
21 Lufthansa 244.
I wonder if we're going to have to put in something new. Well, we're ready. See, that's the cool part. If you get everything ready, if they throw a new approach or something at you, it's really simple. It's not simple. You just have more time to get it done. CJ saw somebody trying to land the A380 at Innsbruck. Were they trying to do the circle to land CJ9? I mean, I'm pretty sure somebody's had to have tried that by now. The A380 circle to land into Innsbruck.
You sent 250 on Canada 416.
If you've been keeping track, Arch NDA is back on the road heading to Expo. I think they were on the road to Dallas or something.
The wing
today.
27 uniform, contact Copenhagen control 135.
CJ9 says that the A380 was not successful in their landing in Innsbruck.
Privileged 5A.
My guess is there were pixels all over the runway.
Change approved. Bye-bye.
Pixels all over the runway. 60 miles. Almost time to descend.
431, taxi to 1 point, runway 21, via hotel and Solo. KLM 416, contact Polaris control.
I'm kind of being quiet at this point. I'm really expecting them that they're gonna give us a descend or something soon. So I'm kind of anticipating.
641, turn right heading 020.
Let me.
Right heading 020, 2 minutes, 1.
They're making us wait. CJ9 says the A380 did a good job on VATSIM, but not IRL. They've got a fair few airplanes here doing that little shuffle here. I think we're with all of those airplanes, we've got to be getting a hold. We've got to be getting a hold on that one. We've already got our numbers, or at least our runways for the flight to Aalborg after this. Oh, ATC London has gone offline. Oh, really? Oh, okay. "40 miles from top of descent. The anticipation is building." Thought I heard somebody talking.
Scanner 431, wind 260 degrees, 14 knots, runway 21, clear for takeoff. Scanner 641, turn right heading 110.
Keep hearing them say Scandinavian, I think.
Lufthansa 244, welcome to Landvetter, taxi
That's us, that's us, we're next.
Via Yankee and Julia.
Lufthansa 244, Lufthansa 20 med Yankee and Julia, den kommer nok sammen til lidt længere.
Thank you, bye-bye. Quality 4424, waiting control.
35 miles to descent. Building, building, exciting, exciting. Lots of clouds out there.
Zero wings, trip up Alpha, contact Sweden control, 124, decimal 155.
I think we're probably going to get another handoff. Maybe they're waiting. Well, I can't imagine.
124, decimal 155.
ESGG.
Just confirm, Oscar Echo Alpha, stay with me.
That's Landvetter. Gothenburg Landvetter Airport.
641, sorry I missed the turn. Turn right heading 240.
I got a squawk code and then told you to go back to Unicom. Well, they gave you a squawk code. That was nice. Hi, Kent. Welcome aboard. We're above Kent Alexanderson's place. So we're just coming over Gothenburg right now, Kent. Gothenburg. Thank you.
When ready, descend, flight level.
Oh, there it is, over there. Hiding in the clouds there. And almost directly overhead there.
Scanner 431, radar contact, flight level 150.
Thought we were almost there. It's always great to get your descent. That way you know you're kind of in the groove.
641, clear LS approach runway 21.
You're in the groove. You're all ready to go. Otherwise, you know, you get a little bit afraid that you've been forgotten, or that maybe, you know, they painted some of that invisibility paint on your airplane, as has been known to happen to Aspire 2.
First January 641, descent 2,500 feet. January 160, Sweden control, ready contact. Cleared Moxa for Sierra arrival, runway 21.
10 miles. I think it's also, if you're coming up on your top of descent and you haven't been given a descent, it's always best to pull your speed. Otherwise, the airplane will start slowing you down. Okay, right over Kent's place right now. So everybody wave. And somebody outside honked their horn just as I said that. Why are you honking in a parking lot?
Scanner 7881, hello, Sweden control, ready contact.
Uh-oh, somebody did a schoolboy error into Manchester. CJ9, not you or somebody else? Okay, we're at Mach 0.78. I just pulled the speed out so it doesn't start slowing it down. The airplane's going to start yelling at me to do the descent, but we're not going to do that quite yet. Well, who among us hasn't made a schoolboy error every now and then? He was telling the story of, for, people that used to,
Scandinavian 441, when ready, descent flight level 290.
Flight level 290 when ready for Scandinavian 441. Managed. Down we go. We were ready, almost right there. The joke in when you have small boats at a lake and stuff like that, the joke is there's two kinds of captains of small boats, those who have run aground and those who are lying about it.
431, contact Sweden control 131.280.
And the descent is going on. Here we go. CJ9, you haven't been flying since 1999? Have you been partying since it's 1999?
Wind 26 degrees, 14 knots, runway 21.
Everybody waving up here, Kent.
Runway 21, clear to land, pending up with 1 engine.
Scandinavian 790 Mike, when ready, descent flight level 250.
Spy Flight Concert 441. Well, we've got, the usual travel jazz going on.
441, contact Sweden control 131.280.
131.280 now for Scandinavian 441. Thanks.
See ya.
That's right. We have to watch out for those lift balloons. We've got to watch out for the 99 lift balloons. Otherwise, Nina will be upset. One, two, 13128.
Scanner 431, climb level 190.
This is Sweden Control. Sweden Control, good evening. Scandinavian 441 is right over Topla, descending to flight level 290.
Scanner 441, good evening, identified. Clearance Arnav 3 Charlie for 22 left, descend flight level 200.
Continuing the descent now to flight level 200 for Scandinavian 441, and the clearance is the Ernov 3 Charlie for 22 left.
441, correct. Speed 290 knots during descent.
290 knots on the descent for Scandi 441. Got it.
431, speed during climb and cruise, speed 270 knots.
Hi, Epic Gaming. Welcome aboard. I'm sorry if I missed you. I've started doing a little more concentration here, trying to do a good job on this today.
65 uniform, good evening, identified.
I don't want to miss anything.
Charlie 22 left, descend level 100.
Already got the hold installed. So the hold is already good. GT Boy, beer cheers. GT Boy, we are on our way into Copenhagen and we're staying on the ground and we're going to depart from Copenhagen in the middle of vectors to Copenhagen. What could possibly go wrong?
Lufthansa 2 Bravo Golf, shortly leaving Mayor's Place, Unicorn 122.8. Unicorn, thank you and bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Nice little descent. Well, Loviz didn't have to do a hold or anything, so I kind of wonder if we're going to not have to do one either. I don't hear him talking about holds on the descent. Tim Dog, I hope we don't need the AZ5 today. AZ5 button. IMG Image 87 is in chat. What are the best payware add-ons for 2024? You have GSX, but it's been 2 years. and you forgot everything. Oh, it's very easy to forget stuff. So GSX for some people is working really, really good. I don't really have it going right now.
November 431, when released direct Adenov later on. The clearance is Adenov 3 Charlie for 2 left, but continue with the heading.
Mostly, I think the best add-ons really, you've already got GSX. Really, airplanes and
431,
airports.
yes, for 2 left.
I don't have that many other things that I use outside of the sim. A Navigraph, you know, nav data and charts, and VATSIM, or IVAO or PilotEdge. But you know, payware airports and stuff. We've got some really, really good airplanes. This is the Phoenix A320. It's really good.
Contact with known 127.
But yeah, airports for sure. Tim J says I should do my landing performance.
With control, good evening, Northern Line, +110,
That's true. If I don't have to do a hold because I did board 30 extra minutes of fuel for holding. So what Tim J wants us to do is go to the arrival performance page. And we're expecting 22 left.
431, verified speed 270 knots.
Okay, we got to get our landing.
431, yes, please 270 knots or less for separation. Otherwise, I will vector you further as you're currently number 2 inbound.
Oh, we got to do math to get that on this airplane, don't we? We have to do math to do our landing weight. So, our
431, when ready, descend
our zero fuel weight. Our zero fuel weight is 60.3. 60.3. Okay? Now then, our estimated fuel on landing, our EFOB is 4.5. So that means our estimated landing weight right now is going to be 64.8. So 64.8. Auto brakes, that's if auto brakes are low. I usually go medium. Idle or no reverse. I usually do flaps 3 and auto throttle on. So,
Nordic 949, contact Sweden control 127.755.
we're not going to need much runway.
127.755.
Now, over on the flight plan, the pilot brief says, over in weights, our maximum landing rate, the maximum landing weight is 64.5, and I've estimated to be 64.8. We're a little bit heavy. A little bit heavy, right? So, yeah, the EFOB page, right? I did that right. So I went over and got my estimated fuel on board for landing is 4.6. 4.6. I took my zero fuel weight, added that, so that was, and it was fuzzy math. I did it all in my head, which I should probably never do. So 60.3 plus 4.5 is 50. No. 60.3 plus
431, speed 250 knots.
64.8. So according to this, I'm a little heavy. So what we're going to do is we're going to give some of the first class passengers some extra beer, and then they're going to open the back door and they can recycle the beer out the back of the airplane, and that way we'll be lighter. Oh, it has. I should have used. Tim J said we should have used fuel prediction. So Tim J says it's got both of the numbers. So here's estimated fuel on board. There's zero fuel weight right there too. So we could have gotten our zero fuel weight there. So a touch heavy, but not too heavy.
45, copy. Maintain 245.
That's right. We could do the math from the same page instead of pushing extra buttons and stuff. So I guess we're relatively okay. We haven't been given a hold yet, so we'll see. Dextro Gaming is here. Hi, Dextro Gaming. Welcome aboard. Apocalypse Please has arrived. And welcome aboard to you, pilot. Good to see you.
Where are you going?
I left it at 6.
Level 100.
Tim J has food.
Shortly direct Arnold.
I have not been given a hold.
Number 431, resume on navigation, direct point Arnold.
I haven't been given a hold.
Number 441, descend level 100.
Descend flight level 100 for Scandinavian 441.
Number 441, contact Copenhagen approach, 119 decimal 805.
119er decimal 805 for Scandi 441. Thank you.
525, contact final call, sign on 17205. Bye. So line 118, turn right signal 40.
Right heading 140, tail line 118.
Copenhagen approach, good evening from Scandinavian 441, descending to flight level 100 at Ernov.
441, Copenhagen approach, hello, identified, expect vector valid port runway 2 to left, information.
Scandi 441, expecting vectors now to 22 left, and information Golf is aboard. Okay, they didn't say to do a hold, so we didn't do a hold. Okay. Am I the only one that's disappointed that we didn't do the hold? I mean, it's sort of like, it's vectors to Copenhagen. We paid extra for this, right?
Okay. Sorry,
hey, Canadian Bear.
I can't have an aircraft not being able to fly heading.
You can't have an aircraft that's not able to fly heading. Yeah, it's kind of basic.
41, Copenhagen approach, hello, identified, expect vector valid port runway 2 to left.
Okay, we're all set for vectors.
441, continue present heading speed 230 knots.
Present heading now, our speed is now 230 knots for Scandi 441.
Nordic 21 Golf, we proceed direct to charge on 626 to rejoin the star.
Directed 626 join the star.
No hold on a vectors to Copenhagen. What is VATSIM coming to?
170, 5,000 feet, QNH10.
It's a scandal, that is, as Hagrid said. Ian's been in the air for an hour. Okay, going to 230 knots. I guess we should go performance and now approach phase so we don't forget.
Disconnect 441, turn right heading 201, or you can descend to flight level 80.
Flight level 80 now, and our turn is to the right to 210 for Scandinavian 441. Okay, continuing down to 8,000 feet and 230 knots.
Nordic 201 Golf, contact final line 120.205. Call sign off.
120.205, thanks for the grade.
Good night.
120205 is next for us. Maybe. And look below on TCAS. A couple of other airplanes out there. No, pilot, you can ask for a wind check. I mean, if they're really, really busy, don't ask unless you actually need it. But yeah, they're not going to yell at you for asking.
441, the speed 220 knots.
220 knots now for Scandinavian 441.
Scan 431.
Hi, Leslie. Welcome in on YouTube. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by. Flaps 1.
Scan 431, you can ascend flight level 80. Scan 441, descend 5,000 feet, the QNH is 1002.
1002, continue the descent to 5,000 feet for Scandinavian 441.
So line 118, proceed direct gyro till 626 to rejoin the start. Descent 4,000 feet.
4,000 feet, proceed direct Charlie Hotel 626 to rejoin the start. To line 118.
Copenhagen approach, good evening, Kyle 36 Yankee, direct course, information go.
KLM 36 Yankee Copenhagen, hello, identified. Expect vector direct approach runway 2 to left, information course correct.
Expecting vector for the left, Kyle 36 Yankee.
Okay, so far so good. So far so good. It looks like we're following those two airplanes up there. Although one of them may be departing.
Scan 431, turn right, heading 200.
Oh, we've got a 431. Scandinavian 431. That's not going to get confusing. That's not going to get confusing. Maybe we'll get a hold going out of Copenhagen to Aalborg. So when we get there, we've got to unload the plane like they do.
Copenhagen approach, Alpha 3144 for 100, direct turnoff, getting information, Foxtrot for Moscow.
Oscar Golf Echo Alpha, Copenhagen approach, hello, identified. You can contact the departure frequency on 124.980.
124.908, Oscar Echo Alpha.
Clearance over PDC is going to be available, so we'll use CPDLC for our departure. Pyroblaster's here. Hi, Pyroblaster. We're going to try and depart out of Copenhagen once we land.
For a one turn left, heading 160.
Left turn 160 for Scandinavian 441. 160. That's a cool thing about having the autopilot on your desk. You're doing it as you're responding back. CyberGhost is here. This is one of CyberGhost's favorite airports, EKCH. We're also going to depart out of here, CyberGhost. Once we get to the gate, we'll unload the plane, load it up, and do another flight out without turning things off. Yeah, Lucidity, the autopilot on your desk too really does help.
441 left, heading 050.
Left to 050 for Scandinavian 441.
441 descend 4,000 feet. When able, direct gyro till 626 to rejoin the start.
Descend to 4,000 feet, and then when able, we're going to go Charlie Hotel 626 and rejoin the star, Scandi 441. There it is over there.
And the matrix Yankee turn left heading 020.
Left 020, Galant 36 Yankee.
Rejoin the star and going down to 4,000.
120-0205, call sign only.
120-205, call sign only, tell 9118.
Direct to 626, insert, and there we go. Over to performance, activate approach mode, and confirm it. We're ready to go. That looks good. All is right with the world. Perfect. Mustache is here. Bonsoir and a very happy Monday. The only problem with the live stream on Monday. Hydrate. Hydrate is a good idea. I just ordered sort of a stretch there. Welcome in, Mustache. There we go.
And 441, contact final call sign only 120-205, bye-bye.
120-205 with the call sign for Scandinavian 441. Thanks.
S2 to left.
Cyber Ghost was doing electronics today. Your 12-volt power supply exploded.
Legend 8, Charlie.
Tripping the breaker.
Nordic 21 Golf.
Oh my gosh, do you think you can find a new one, Cyber Ghost? Thanks, Mustache, for reminding me to hydrate and stretch.
And Nordic 21 Golf, now you're indicating 3,700. Please check again that you are on the QNH 1002.
I have been very, very happy with the Windwing Pyroblaster. The Ursa Minor version, the one that looks like an Airbus side stick, I've been super duper happy with it.
And Nordic 21 Golf, now you're turning the wrong way. It's a right turn, please. Right turn, heading 190.
The wrong way? Oh no.
Sorry, buddy. We're turning right on the 150.
You're going the wrong way.
It's alright, we're doing it now. Thanks, mate.
Okay, thank you. Let's get him in 2964, turn left heading.
I know, TikTok's scary.
Left heading 300.
Yes, your other right, the other right.
American 1 Tower 118.105, number 3.
Number 3 over Terra, American 1.
The Nordic 21 got cancel ILS clearance, fly heading 180.
Fly heading 180 for Nordic 21 got.
Hello, Emirates 65 uniform. Emirates 65 uniform, fan hello, reduce speed 200.
Speed 200, Emirates 65 uniform.
Skyline 2964, further left heading 260.
Further left 260 degrees, Scandinavian 264.
Skyline 525, speed 180 until 60 ME.
180 until 60.
Legend 8 Charlie.
Average Canadian had a nice landing. Minus 230.
160 to 4.
Cyber Ghost, I hope you didn't get hurt. That's a little scary.
Show line 114, turn left heading 360.
Left 360, tow line 118.
Skyline 525 and number 3, call tower 118.105.
Good to go there.
Nordic 21 Golf, turn right heading 260.
When they're this busy, I usually don't try to break in.
Right heading 260, clear on the island.
LS.
And Nordic 21 Golf, speed 200, please.
Speed down at 200.
Hi, James. James the Catcher has arrived.
2964, reduce speed 180 knots, descend 3000.
Welcome, welcome. Copenhagen to Aalborg next, James. 238 is not a bad number.
Show line 118, turn right heading 130.
Right 130, tow line 118.
Legend 8 Charlie Whiskey, and number 3, contact tower 118.105.
Yeah, we're staying on the ground, not turning off the airplane. So continuing service.
441, are you here?
Scandinavian 441, hello.
Hello, Scandinavian 441, fly heading 020.
020 is the heading now for Scandinavian 441.
Skyline 2964 on this heading, you're cleared ILS approach runway 2 to left.
Cleared ILS to left, Scandinavian 2964.
Hello, Skyline 431.
James
fly
is
heading
doing some
035.
flights for Southwest Virtual today. You're going some nice places.
Custom final, good evening, Postman 7 Mike Papa. Postman 7 Mike Papa, final hello to you, fly heading 025.
Okay, 4,000 feet, 220 knots, right where we're supposed to be.
Skyline 441, reduce speed to 180 now already, please.
180 now for Scandinavian 441. Brakes.
Nordic 21 Golf, turn left
Turn
heading
point is back.
245,
Welcome back,
for the
Turn
intercept.
point. Thanks for coming in.
And 21 Golf, maintain 200 until established, thereafter 180 knots.
200 until established.
Okay, looking good. The clouds look great
and then
tonight.
down to what? Did you want me to go down to, sorry?
And then 180, brake, tow line 184, correction 118, turn right heading 200, cleared ILS 2 to left.
Right heading 200, cleared
Flaps
ILS
2.
to left, tail line 118.
The Emirates 65 uniform, turn left heading 360.
Left heading 360, Emirates 65 uniform.
Scandinavian 2964, speed, maintain the 180 knots until 6 DME, call tower 118.105 in number 3.
Maintain speed until 60 me and 18105 to 964, bye-bye.
Nordic 21 Golf, you may descend 3000 for the glide.
3000 for the glide, Nordic 21 Golf.
Scandinavian 441, turn right heading 090.
Right turn 090 for Scandi 441.
Final, good evening, Thailand 36.
KLM 36 Yankee final, hello, fly
And
heading
it's still light
035.
outside too, isn't it? This is a really good airplane. I don't know about mobile though. Actually, I really can't imagine doing flight sim like we do on a mobile. Can't imagine that at all.
And Nordic 21 Golf, you've missed the ILS, so turn now left heading 190 to intercept, please.
Left 290.
Nope, 190.
Darwin,
No
UK
recruits
just
detected.
followed. Hi,
Welcome
Darwin.
aboard, Agent. Station.
Welcome. Thanks for coming
Yeah,
in.
I get it. It's just very unfortunate timing.
Cruzy says the weather wasn't
Emirates
that
65
good here an
uniform, turn
hour
left heading
ago.
270.
Really?
Left heading 270, Emirates 65 uniform.
And Nordic 21 Golf, you may descend 2000 for the glide.
Down to 2000 for the glide, roger that.
There we
Scandinavian
are.
441, turn right heading 150.
Right turn 150 for Scandinavian 441.
Emirates 65 uniform, left 250, cleared ILS 2 to left.
Left 250 and clear ILS 2 to left, Emirates 65 uniform.
And Nordic 21 Golf, you're quite high on the glide slope. Will you be able to make it, or do you need another attempt?
No, we're good.
21 Golf, roger. Free speed from now in number 3, called tower 118.105.
DV, welcome back in.
Please
And
leave
Carlos
and
is here
sorry
too.
about
We
the,
are coming
my
into
friend
Copenhagen, then we're going out of
Yeah,
Copenhagen.
no problem. Just very unfortunate that it's going on in this sector. Skyline 441, turn now right 250. You're cleared ILS approach, runway 2 to left.
Right turn 250, cleared for the ILS 22 left, Scandinavian 441.
Postman 7, Mike Papa, turn left heading 345.
Left 345, Postman 7 Mike Papa.
Skyline 431, turn right heading 105, speed 180 knots.
Carlos spotted A380s at EKCH.
At Postman 7, Mike Papa.
Cyber
reduce
Ghost,
speed
you
to
don't want to
180 knots.
overheat your computer, do you? We have too much invested with this. So as much as you might like to fly, certainly agree why
Zero
this,
inch
you wouldn't
924,
want to
final
do
hello,
that.
fly heading 030. Tow line 118 reduced to final approach speed.
Final approach speed, tail line 118.
Emirates 65 uniform reduced speed to 160 knots, maintain until 4 DME.
160 knots until 4, Emirates 65 uniform.
Scanning 431, turn right, heading 160.
There was a wiggly intercept. I think I got the turn a little bit late. Got the turn a little late.
Hello, Scanning 596, fly heading 025. Scanning 431, further right 200, cleared ILS to left.
CyberGhost got to also see a C-17 Globemaster
line
today.
118, what will your final approach speed be?
Ours will be a 143.
139 indicated airspeed, line 118.
Line 118, are you able to make a visual switch from now to right?
Great sunsets
able to
tonight,
line
aren't
118.
they? They
Line
really
118, Roger.
are
Traffic is an
nice.
Airbus A320 at 12 o'clock, 2 miles. Maintain visual separation. You're cleared for visual approach, runway 2 to right.
Cleared for the visual, to your right, line 118.
That's really
Scanning
nice.
441, reduce speed to 160 knots. Maintain until 4 DME.
160 knots until 4 DME for Scandinavian 441. Flaps.
good evening, Postman 7 Mike.
3.
I'm sorry for that, I think I talked over someone. Postman 7 Mike Papa, turn left now, heading 240, cleared ILS 2 to left.
Left 240, cleared ILS 2 to left. Postman 7 Mike Papa.
Ryanair 7, final hello. You can expect vectors to left, fly heading 030.
We would have been good with doing a side step. We're good at that.
Heading 030.
Carlos, you can hear, yes, we are coming into Copenhagen, and we're going to Aalborg next from this airport in this airplane.
KLM 36 Yankee, turn right heading 150.
Right, 150, KLM 36 Yankee.
So line 118, contact tower.
Once you get good at VATSIM, you know, you've got a little experience at VATSIM. I gotta tell you, this is a great place to come and practice. Eagle is back. Eagle's been here for 40 months. Hey, Eagle, thanks for the nice resub. 40 months. Eagle, thank you for so much support and helping me to keep all these lights going, lights on. Thank you so much for that support.
Keep on this heading 240 as assigned, and then let me know when you're
Great
ready for
ATC. You just have to know what you're doing and be on top of your airplane. If you can do that.
36 Yankee, you will be vector file S2 to right for you, 2 to right for you.
Roger, 2 to right,
Yeah, hand flying the airplanes are really good. Oh wow, oh wow is here. Hi, oh wow. Oh wow's been here for 13 months. Oh wow, thank you for a nice resub. Welcome on in and thank you for coming by today. Thank you for all the support. Devious 2, I really like Pilot Edge. I don't fly on it.
441, reduce the final approach speed.
Final approach speed now for Scandinavian 441.
Scanning 431, reduce the final approach speed.
It's really good. The only reason I'm not there is I don't want anybody who's flying along with me or in the live stream to ever feel left out. And not everybody could afford Pilot Edge. And I just don't want anyone to feel left out. So that's the only reason why I don't. I think the ATC at Pilot Edge is amazing. And if you really want to get frosty with your flying, that's a great place to go. Okay, getting ready to take over.
And KLM 36 Yankee, reduce speed 180 knots.
Reducing 180, KLM 36 Yankee.
You're doing 924, turn left heading 250, cleared ILS 2 to left.
Gear down 3 green, auto brakes, speed brakes.
Scanning 596, turn right heading 090.
Right, 090,
Scanning 441, you're on number 2, 3.5 miles behind an Airbus A350. Contact tower, frequency 118.105.
118.105, number 2 for the runway. Thank you so much. Have a good week.
You too.
Okay, there's tower. Catstrip Tower, good evening. Scandinavian 441, 5 mile finals for 22 left.
Scandinavian 441, Castrip Tower, good evening. Continue approach number 2, wind is 260 degrees, 15 knots.
Continue the approach number 2 for the runway, Scandinavian 441. Just like low-vis, we appear to be a little bit crabby.
Scandinavian 431, Castrip Tower, good
Not
evening.
that bad.
Approach number 3,
Well,
wind
there's
is
a 26 knot
260 degrees, 15 knots.
crosswind here, so a little bit here. So far, so good.
Holding short of Delta.
I'm gonna miss just a little bit of chat while I'm gonna try and focus here, so apologies. Carlos said that, and then here I go reading. Carlos said there was a storm here earlier. It was stormy departing out of Trondheim today, but it looks really nice now. Really nice now. Cruisy's first trip was in. Something about it Danish I'm missing too much. Okay. AP is off. Captain's got the airplane. Wind is from the right, blowing us to the left.
500.
Scandinavian 441, proceeding traffic is about to vacate, wind 260 degrees, 15 knots, runway 22 left, clear to land.
22 left, clear to land, traffic's in sight for Scandi 441.
Minimum.
Landing.
Asia 275, traffic is Scandinavian 737-800, currently on a 3-mile final, report in sight.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard.
We have Scandinavian 431 in sight at the 205.
Asia 275, roger, behind, mentioned traffic, line up and rate, runway 22 left, behind.
Behind the Scandinavian, line up and wait, 22 left at the 205.
Pro sim pilot makes the first turn off. Unsportsmanlike celebration has ensued. Oh my gosh, that.
Scandinavian 431, wind is 260 degrees, 15 knots.
How about that? Making the first turn off, getting out of the way.
165 uniform.
I'm feeling a little butter might be there.
Cross runway 12, hold short of taxiway.
I think there's a little butter on that runway.
Bravo, cross 30 and hold short of Zulu, embrace 65.
Oh my gosh.
Scandinavian 441, welcome back to Copenhagen. Taxi via Bravo, cross runway 12, hold short of taxiway Zulu.
Scandi 441, continue via Bravo, cross the runway, but we stop at Zulu. Okay, first of all, was there a big jet coming over there? Yeah, but they're behind us, so no big deal. And lights, strobes, master. Somebody on the maintenance, I know that's the only problem is I've got all sorts of extra butter on the runway now.
Wings 924, Castle Tower, good evening. Continue approach, 1 departure ahead. Traffic is a 738, currently 2 miles ahead of you on final for the parallel. Traffic is no factor.
Roger, 1 departure ahead, wings 924.
Scandinavian 441, contact apron 121.630, see ya.
121.630 for Scandi 441. Thank you so much. Have a good week.
You too.
121.630. Apron, very good evening. Scandinavian 441, just crossed the runway on Bravo, holding short of Zulu.
Scandinavian 441, cast away from Hello, taxi stand Delta 4 via Romeo.
Let's see, Scandinavian 441, you were saying Delta 4? And I didn't catch the rest, I'm sorry.
Scandinavian 441, no problem, taxi stand Delta 4 via Romeo.
Delta 4 via Romeo, got it. Thank you so much from Scandi 441.
Good luck.
It's Delta 4 via Romeo. Delta 4 is our gate, and it's taxiway Romeo. Okay, we're looking good. Minus 217. Oh, and oh wow did the Gigantify and emote thing. I'm sorry I missed that. Oh wow. Hey, thank you for doing that. Those are always a little more fun. 217. That's terrible. Should have been butter.
ML75 uniform cast away from Hello, taxi stand Charlie 33 via Bravo and Romeo.
Okay, looking pretty good.
Okay.
You're gonna do James the Catcher is doing something on a Memphis delivery to Denver. Someday we need to do this kind of thing, but we need to do the famous Ryanair's turn. And that is, can you, I think it's 30 minutes or something like that. How fast can you do all the things that we're going to do and get out the gate? Delta 3 and Delta 4. Looks like Delta 3 and Delta 2 are available if you're going to make this next flight. Okay, that's probably pretty good. Parking brakes are on. Engine 1, engine 2. I already checked the APU. Stop squawking. And we're good to go there. Fuel pumps can go off. We're still flying, so we're going to leave the ADIRs on. Ground power and seat belts. All right, now come on over here. Deboard the airplane. Phoenix app, go over here, and Jetway, open cargo, and so the airplane should deboard. All right, now then, we're not getting off VATSIM, we're staying here. Okay, so let's make sure that the passengers start getting off the plane. Yep, they're getting off the plane. All right, now let's go and do, let's see, Carlos, I am mostly in 2024 right now. And in fact, I'm really getting kind of close to, pretty close to deleting 2020. Because it just doesn't work too terribly well. All right, EKYT, Aalborg, are they still on runway 26 right? They are. We're departing on 22 right here. Let's do our new flight plan. So new flight plan, same flight number, SASI flight 441. EKCH, we're going to EKYT. All right, let's come on over here. We're going to stay in an Airbus A320. We are going to do very, very sassy things here. Scandinavian. That looks good. 22 right and 26 right. That looks good too. I'm going to add I'm only going to add 15 minutes of ATC fuel for this. I think that's all we need for this flight. Okay? And everything else is just fine. Let's generate the flight. Does Sim Plaza work on 2024? That I don't know. Man, that's actually a name I haven't heard in a long time. Sim Plaza. I haven't heard that in a very long time, Carlos. Let's see. Let's go and save the flight plan to the desktop. Let's come back over here, and now we're going to pre-file on VATSIM. Oh, is that illegal pirated stuff? Oh. We want no part of that here. Sorry. Nothing to do with any kind of pirated stuff at all. No. Okay, we're filed. And all that looks good. So, we know over here we're at gate Delta 4. So, Delta 4 is our gate. Let's get rid of this. And you know, we're still on VATSIM. No, well, I mean, Carlos, you saw how fast I forgot. All right, so let's put our flight plan in here. That looks good. And then bump the line up 1 so that we don't mess up that. Okay. Now then, passengers are almost off the plane. So passengers and cargo are almost done. And our airplane is deboarded. So now we go to My Flights. And let's import the next flight plan. And that looks pretty good. We have 32 minutes to get out. So we got a timer set up there. Let's go to the McDo menu over here. ASUS. Air Operations. Receive, because our landing, there is our arrival message, and that means we've arrived, and now we've got our first preliminary load sheet for our next flight. Okay, so all of this looks good there. We don't want to do panel states. We want to do Navigraph. Go back to the main page and then reset your Navigraph. Sync the route with SimBrief. That should work. And then EKCH, all of this looks good. We don't need the arrival runway. We're not during, what are we doing for departure? We don't need this one. And our departure, is this it? And we're going to go out at Golga. Check for a maximum climb. Flight level 70. Let's set that over here right now so we don't forget. Okay, so all that looks good. Coming in at Aalborg. Okay. So all the old stuff is in here. 26 right. Got a whole bunch of these, including the copter things. We're not doing an arrival. We do need the airport. And I think there's an airport ground chart, because this one's got a really weird taxi. Now, I think this is mostly a military airfield, so you really ought to have that there too. Okay, all that looks good. Let's go and do our clearance. So first of all, init here. And that looks good. Now we need to come over here and go to back to the menu and flight init. Start on this side. Yeah, this was the old one. ENVA to EKCH. So let's go data request here. Actually, you mean the title? The flight plan needs to be updated. I will do that for you right now. I thought I'd been all clever with the flight plan, the flight title, but yep, the plan needs an update too. Control C, Control V, and the flight plan's updated. Thank you, Tim J. Okay, good. Now then, EKCH, this looks good. Data request is fine. Now we'll go to ATC request. Pre-departure clearance. So over here, EKCH departure ATIS. 22 right, EKCH ground. Let's see if they'll still accept this. We're at gate Delta 4. Delta 4. Information Hotel. EKCH. And send it. That's good. That's good. Come back to received messages. Our pre-departure clearance has gone out, so we'll see if it actually comes back for us. Now, with that, we need to come back over here, and we need to go to Phoenix, mass and balance, and load the airplane. 8 minutes. And that should also do our fuel. Ground services, nothing to worry about there. Nothing to worry about there. Let's go and see. Did this update? It did. So now we can go and start putting some data in. So init request here for the flight plan. And that looks really good. Same flight number. Our cost index is, oh wow, 12. Man, we'll just be tearing up the sky, won't we? Okay, wind request. Here's our new winds. Okay, winds are aboard. And the flight plan is for flight level 180. There we go. That looks good.
LM36 Yankee cast away from Halo to extent Alpha 6 via Lima.
Okay, taxi. We'll have to do the numbers now. Taxi fuel.
Reference 57 Whiskey.
Contingency 0.672.
119.355.
Alternate is 1.51. Final is 1.06. Fuel is aboard. But we got to do our zero fuel weights. Didn't do those. So 59.7. And our center of gravity is 32.5. Fuel planning is green. Accept that.
And apron, very good evening. Scandinavia 938, going to be holding short of Bravo.
Okay. I don't think we're going to get a PDC back from them. So we need to do our own clearance here.
Swiss 8 for Papa Tango.
It's like Romulan Ale and Star Trek. Both are illegal. Actually, after the Romulan alliance with the Federation in the Changeling Wars in Deep Space Nine, you were allowed to have Romulan Ale for a while.
Bravo, Yankee and Quebec.
Stand Charlie 28 via Bravo, Yankee and Quebec. Scandinavian 938, thanks.
Problem.
Apron, hello again from Scandinavian 441 at Delta 4 with Information Hotel, requesting clearance to Aalborg.
Scandinavian 441, it seems like you already got your clearance. Is that correct?
We didn't get a clearance. We did send a CPDLC. Didn't know if you were still doing that. Now, we're still on. from our flight down from Trondheim. I don't know if that's still in there.
Oh no, I can give you a clearance by search copy.
Ready to copy, Scandi 441.
Scandinavian 441, information India current. Cleared Aalborg, Golga to Charlie departure, runway 22 right, squawk 2707.
Squawking 2707, Scandi 441 is clear to Aalborg via the Golak 2 Charlie departure off of runway 22 right.
Scandinavian 441, read that correct.
Cool. All right, we got all that ready to go. Let's come on down here.
Scandinavian 1996, you're currently taxiing inside.
And our squawk is 2707. Clear, clear. 2707. That's ready to go. Let's put in the final flight plan stuff. So F-plan,
1996, I gave you
EKCH, departure runway is 22 right. 22 right. It's Golog 2 Charlie departure. And good. Coming into Aalborg, we are doing 26 right, ILS 26 right. No stars. Do we have a VIA? We had 2 VIAs here. Let's see if any one of those makes sense. So coming into Aalborg today, it's going to be 26 right.
Good evening. Speedbird 242 with you.
We're coming up from the south, so let's plan the UTIC transition and see if that doesn't work for us. That would be the best one for us there. Okay, looking good. Let's come on over here and see how the passengers are doing. Mass and balance. 122 of 165 passengers. Negative, kid. Expect back hit. Really? Thank you. Let's change that. Thank you for that. All right, let's go to the arrival and the VIA. Okay, I'm going to leave that alone for now, but we'll go and do something with it in a minute. Let's get ready for a knit page B. It's not the VIA. You can insert, but you're going to get direct backet from the control. DNC is in chat. Hi, DNC. Welcome aboard. So we need to insert that in there. Okay. I know I can insert it really quickly, so I'm going to leave it just because I don't know exactly where to put it in quite yet. But we'll figure that out. Almost time to go. Everything's good to go up here. Let's go ahead and disconnect ground power. And we'll get our fuel pumps ready to go. A little bit quick. Tim J said it was already in the route. Okay. I will look for that in just a second. 9 passengers to load. So it was. So it was actually right there in the flight plan. There it is right there. And over on the chart, passengers are loaded. So back it right there. So we're probably not going to do that one. Sounds good. Thank you for that. Hi, Pepe. Welcome to you. And Phoenix. Passengers are aboard. We'll close up the cargo. Cargo is closed. Our zero fuel, our new load sheet has come in. 59.7. So init page B. 59.7 is correct. 32.5. 32.5 is correct. Those numbers are all good. I've got 5.52 in the tanks. I need 4.1. 5.52. Fuel is good. That looks great. Let's go and do our performance. It's very nice here compared to where we departed from. So departure perf.
Bravo and
Sync the load sheet, 22 right. Sync the weather, 1003.
Sorry about that.
Sierra Oscar Bravo, push and start both facing west on Whiskey, QNH 1003.
Got those updated. I think it's time to go. And that looks good. Everything groovy over here. Phoenix. I'm going to toggle the jetway. Let's get pushback helper. Sids, is anybody else seeing flight radar over Dubai? Is it really busy? Maybe there was a big VATSIM event. Let's see. Did we disconnect from ground power? I think we did. Ground power can disconnect. We'll get rid of that. Come over here. Refresh. And information India is correct. That looks good. Everything's cleared there. Just Speedbird. They're closing down now, so it was a big event earlier today. All right, over here we go. And we are at Delta 4
Copenhagen ground. Hello.
with
Scandinavian
information
915
India.
With information India at Charlie 34 type A350 requesting IFL to do work.
Scandinavian 915, yes, weapon. Hello, information India correct. Jet Newark.
Dad Game Time, good nobbin to you.
Score 1.
Good nobbin and thank you for coming in.
Crew 2, do work. Departure runway 22 right, Alden 1 Charlie departure, squawking 1426 Scandinavian 915.
Scandinavian 915, read that, correct?
Now we're trying to get our pushback here. I'm missing a little chat. Let me get out of here. Get the airplane up. Catstrip, hello again. Scandy 441 at Delta 4. Information India is now aboard, requesting startup and pushback.
Scandinavian 441, push and start course facing south on Sierra, QNH directions facing north on Sierra, QNH 1003.
Facing north on Sierra 1003 in the altimeter for Scandinavian 441. North on Sierra. Okay, we could do that. Seatbelts on. Beacon on. Cabin call. Ding dong. All that looks good. We are squawking. Shall we go? Parking brakes off. And away we go. Wait till we kind of clear all of the stuff here. And starting engines. Tim J says, have you ever called ketchup instead of catstrip? No. But I have, unfortunately, said ketchup when I meant catstrip. I'm sorry to say. That's bad. Starting engine number 1.
Packet 7 Mike Whiskey Castle from Hello, Texas, Delta 1, and via Bravo and Romeo.
Pakistan Delta 1 via Bravo and 7 Mike Whiskey.
Probably pretty good right there. Parking brakes. Release the tug.
EC553 RV 5.
Right, EZ553 Alpha 12 with information India on board, requesting IFL clearance.
Well, there was anticipation for Heinz 57 catch-up.
Information India correct. Cleared London Gatwick. Lingo to Charlie departure.
Starting up 2. Oh, be sure you reset the rudder tram before you take off on a second flight like this.
22 right squawk 0442 for EZ553.
EC553, read that correct.
Towers 118105. That's good.
Alpine 25 Mike Can you turn left on Sierra? Correction, right Sierra, currently.
They're starting to use tow bits here too. We have to start using those. Targeted off blocks times.
It's just you have traffic right in front
So
of
we
you.
need to do that.
Yeah, I saw it, but we could have taken Foxtrot.
Atlas Systems says there was a picture book called Click Clack Moo Cows. That would be hard to say fast. Click Clack Moo Cows. You know, I'm desperately trying to come up with some sort of a cow joke, but I really can't.
ECR 25 Mike, you can take stand Foxtrot 9 or 8.
Foxtrot 9 or 8, Aalborg 2, correction, Aalborg 25 Mike. Thank you very much.
And controls. I was trying to milk it for all I was worth, and I was a total failure on that. Trim's going to be down 0.5. Flaps are going to be 3.
Subscriber confirmed.
Speed brakes. Auto brakes. Everything's good there. Shall we go? CJ9 just did a resub. CJ9 has been here for 24 months. According to my advanced calculation skills, that's 2 years. CJ9, thank you so much for such great support. And it wasn't just a regular sub, it was a tier 3 sub. So I have to say tier 3 thanks, and thanks CJ9. Thank you for the great support and always coming in and flying along. That, yeah, 24 months, that's really big support, and I'm so grateful. Thanks. You were landing. How was your landing, CJ9? Smokey Dave, we need a cowbell. Cut strip ground. Scandinavian 441 pushed and started. Delta 4 north on Sierra, requesting taxi.
Sierra Oscar Bravo FM. Sierra Oscar Bravo, Whiskey, Romeo, Yankee, and Foxtrot. Scandinavian 441, taxi via Romeo, hold short of Whiskey.
Taxi via Romeo, and we will hold short of Whiskey, Scandi 441. Shall we go? Parking brake. Sids, are you your Virgin 179? And CJ9 had a minus 250 landing. Ian is back. And so we're going to keep an eye out for a Virgin Flight 179. There would be a great spy flight, Moo 441. Tried to get the actor from the movie Twisters who said, "We've got cows," to work the radios for Moo Flight 441. That would be good. Dead Game Time says to hydrate as soon as I get around the turn here. Soon as I get around the turn here.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
Takeoff
Stay
config is green. We're all ready to go. Matrix just did a follow on the channel. Welcome to the unreal world there, Matrix. Thank you for coming in today. No, that wasn't Helen Hunt. That was another actor. That was the one that was essentially... Who was that? Oh, stopping at Whiskey.
Apron speaker 822,
It was-
holding short Zulu.
It was Bill Paxton's girlfriend in the movie.
Good 822, cast away from hello.
She was a
taxi
shrink.
sort of Yankee.
Twister.
Bravo,
The person who
hold
said,
short
"We've got
Yankee,
cows."
speaker 822.
Sierra Oscar Bravo, hold position.
Hydrate, dead game time. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate.
Scandinavian 441, taxi via Romeo, Yankee, and Foxtrot, hold short runway 12.
Romeo, Yankee, and Foxtrot, we will hold short of runway 12 for Scandi 441. Romeo, Yankee, and Foxtrot.
553, discuss.
Romeo, Yankee, and Foxtrot. W, where is Foxtrot? There's Foxtrot.
Last station again.
Romeo, Yankee, and Foxtrot. I see it. I know where we're going. Ha ha ha.
Gentlemen 9015, Fusion start full release point Quebec 1, QNH 1003.
Facing south, QNH 1003, Scandinavian 915.
Okay, out we go.
EC 553 second.
Just confirming push and start is approved.
Dunwaldy, it was Melissa, played by Jamie Gertz.
I have not given you a clearance if I remember correctly.
Thank you, Dunwaldy. Yeah, that wasn't Helen Hunt there.
Push and start.
Oh, Roger. EC 553, push and start roof facing east. QNH
There's Yankee.
1003.
No, appreciate you doing that. Thank you. And Dead Game Time recognized the name too. Okay, now we need to look for Foxtrot. So as we come over here, Delta, Quebec, Foxtrot is going to be this little diagonal thing here. Ah, it's got, there it is. There's Foxtrot. I see it.
Hello, April, Fox 14 on Kilo 2, hold short Kilo.
Air Fox 14, cast waypoint, hello, extent Alpha 31, Kilo and Juliet.
So we should be on little Foxtrot here, and we hold short of the runway.
822, extent Charlie 27 via Romeo.
Stand Charlie 27 via Romeo, Speedbird 822.
Sierra Oscar Bravo, taxi via Sierra Victor.
Holding short of runway 2. Canada Bear, thank you for the reminder to do Volanta.
Scandinavian 441, contact Castle Tower 118.105, Moin.
118-105 for Scandi 441. Thanks for some nice ATC. Have a good week.
You too.
Hold short 13.
Okay, we're good to go there.
Hotel Alpha actually continue via Charlie, then left turn onto runway 30, vacate Kilo 3.
Thanks, Canada Bear.
Charlie, runway 30, vacate Foxtrot, hold short Zulu, Euro wing, stand faster.
Vacate Kilo 3, hold short Zulu.
Vacate Kilo 3, hold short Zulu, thanks, stand faster.
Catstrip Tower, hello again. Scandinavian 441 is on Foxtrot, holding short of runway 12.
Scandinavian 441, Castle Tower, hello again. Traffic is a Eurowings A320, will cross from left to right. Behind mentioned traffic, cross runway 12, continue via Alpha, holding point Alpha 12 to right.
Scandi 441, after the crossing traffic from left to right, continue on Alpha to Alpha 1, holding point runway 22 right. So, after the plane passes, it's Alpha, then Alpha 1. And there's an airplane that's going to pass from left to right. It's got to be that air transit right there, right? Oh, Eurowings. Jamie Gertz is worth $3 billion. Really? All for saying we've got cows, huh? Okay, I could look surprised. We've got cows! I'll check my checking account later.
9 Hotel Alpha, contact Apron 121.630. Good evening.
I know, we've got to get the cows sound back, don't we?
Eurowings 9 Hotel Alpha, Apron 121.630. Good evening.
Apron 121.630.
That's right. See, we're all going to go for that. If all you got to do is say we've got cows and look really surprised.
Good evening.
121.60, you have good day.
They said Alpha 1.
Scandi 222.
Scandinavian 222, just about to call you. Continue via Bravo.
Okay, ECAM checklist is green. We're good to go here.
runway 12.
And we're going to Alpha 1. ENC's Rattlesnakes. CJ9, first ever channel, 8 years ago. Really?
First, Viking 4999.
No kidding.
260 degrees 16 knots, runway 22 left, clear to land.
So land 22 left, Viking 4.
Oh, you have to, Janet, I have to go. We've got cows. I know, Dad Gamer, where's the check? Where is our check?
Scandinavian 441, line up and wait, runway 22 right. Currently, I will call you back in about 1 to 2 minutes with your departure.
1 to 2 minutes for departure, line up and wait. Runway 22 right for Scandinavian 441.
Flight 1812, welcome to
Strobes.
Copenhagen, taxi right Bravo, cross runway 12, hold short taxiway Zulu.
Taxi, white taxi with Bravo, cross runway 12, hold short on Zulu Aeroflot 1812.
Long tail 7, reduce minimum port speed.
Long tail 7. There's a new call sign for us. Long tail 7.
Scandinavian 222, contact Apron 11630, so long.
2163, 222, so long.
Copenhagen Tower, hello, Scandinavian 9015, hold short runway 12 at Foxtrot.
Stand by, break Viking 4998, expedite vacating.
Expedite.
Okay, we're ready to go. The check is in chat. Yeah, this is a payware airport. I don't know. I'd almost...
Longship 7, go around. I say again, go around. Climb 3,000 feet. Left turn heading 184. And Scandinavian 441, expect further 1.5 minutes delayed. You go around.
Scandi 441, another 1.5 minutes. Not a problem. This is why you board extra fuel.
Holding short runway 12.
This is why you board extra fuel. Let's check our departure fuel though. So minimum takeoff fuel is 4.68. We currently have 5.3. So there we go. And SIDS means we're going to see the Virgin landing. Didn't sound right the way I said it though, did it?
Ship 7, I need you to make a left turn heading 180, left turn please.
They're having a hard time. Some people don't know to make a left turn or a right turn here. Having a hard time tonight.
Approach 118.455.
Hi Ashley, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in today.
455. 118.455.
118.455.
Scandinavian 9031 with me.
Parking brakes.
Scandinavian 222, contact Apron 121.630.
Pilot 876, you see the reason why two people fly these? Yes.
Aeroflot 1812, contact the correction cross.
You really do get an education about, you know, what we're, you know, flying like the Phoenix, the PMDGs, these kinds of complex airplanes in big, you know.
Scandinavian 441, I finally got some space for you. Approach is just about to close, so departure will be on Unicom 122.8. Wind is 260 degrees 14 knots, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff. Have a nice flight and a great day. Bye-bye.
22 right, clear for takeoff. After takeoff, it's Unicom. Thanks for the ATC and the fun event here in Copenhagen. Have a good week.
Copenhagen Tower, Scandinavian 940, final runway 22 left.
Scandinavian 940, Castle Tower, good evening. Wind 260 degrees 14 knots, runway 22 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 22 left, Scandinavian 940.
Viking 4998, right, turn on Bravo, cross 12, hold short Zulu.
Roger, Victor, right turn Bravo, cross 12, and we'll hold short Zulu, Viking 4998, 4998 to Abbey.
Good evening, Lufthansa 409. We're a little bit high on profile, so we are going to go to the visual for runway 22.
Lufthansa 409
V1,
continue approach.
go.
You are currently number 2.
Rotate.
If you're much too high, I can offer you visual swing over to the right. There you still have
A little bit of a crosswind takeoff there. Dip the wing.
We're okay for city left, no problem.
Gear going up.
So we'll continue as number 3.
122.8. Let's get to that in a sec.
Scandinavian 915. Sorry about the delay. Cross runway 12. Continue Alpha.
Flaps 1. Just get a little help from the AP here. 122.8.
Power, good afternoon. Sierra Papa Bravo Star Bravo. Is it Foxtrot holding short runway 12?
Out we go. 18,000 feet. We'll just do a managed climb there since we're on Unicom. Lever climb. Thrust climb. Climb. And flaps up. There goes our flaps. Out over the water again. Something about Pontius Pilot. I missed all sorts of chat there. CJ9 says the landing into Manchester was windy. I know, isn't that a great view, Mountain Man? And I mean, the sunrise and sunset departures and arrivals, and then you just happen to be back there. So long, Copenhagen. What a great flight. I tell you, we've done so many of these. Kind of makes me want to, travel, here just to go and, fly into Copenhagen. See the real thing out the window. But no, as we were saying, somebody was saying in chat before we got takeoff, you really do see why it is that there's two people sitting up here. And you get a real appreciation for that when you're flying a complex airplane like the Phoenix, the PMDG, all of those sorts of things. You get a real appreciation for that. Also an appreciation for being rested and stuff. So when you hear about airlines saying, boy, they really want to go to a one-person cockpit. Really? There's a lot that you have to do here as a one-person cockpit. Now, maybe they'd have, a backup pilot to help or something back in the cabin, but still. And one of the things that I've become, really aware of is, why it is that pilots, they rest pilots and have specific rest rules. Yeah, it's the end of the week for me. I've done, 5 straight days of 3 flights a day, most of them in complex VATSIM events. And to say that my brains are a little on the fried side, yeah, it is. So, I'm also a huge understand why it is that they need, the pilots, do need that rest. Loviz is looking at routes for Moncton Mondays. WestJet flies a MAX from Eham. It's over 7 hours on a MAX. 7 hours of flying on a MAX to go into Moncton Monday. At that rate, Loviz, you'll arrive just in time for next week's Moncton Monday. Yeah, Halifax. I hope you've got some really good in-flight entertainment. They have specific rest rules, but they use the same rest room. Love it. Wouldn't have it any other way. Landing into the wind. Loviz is going to depart from YYZ. Are you going to do Moncton Mondays? I'm going to be a bit of a chicken here. So this is probably going to be my last flight today as we come on in. I thought that was a good one, Atlas Systems. Oh, maybe not. Loviz is going to do a YYZ to Halifax. That's a nice one. Why don't we fly with Loviz? Why don't we do a flight with Loviz? That'd be a nice flight. So, Toronto. Toronto. CYYZ. Halifax. CYHC. Let's do that. That'll be fun. I'm fried. My jokes are going to be crappy, but, well, they already are. But that'll be a nice flight. Let's do that. I don't want to miss out on the fun. Now, what to take? Let's see. We could take a CRJ. Mary Arbitrary is here. Hi, Mary. Mary Arbitrary, I hope your ATCing is still going really well. CJ9's going to do an overnight flight in the A380. And Will from online has arrived. Loviz says, okay, we could do a WestJet or a Flare Max. A WestJet or a Flare. But I need to prove just how tough I am because, you know, I don't need an auto throttle. Mary Arbitrary is going to be live on Twitch from FS Expo doing Bozeman Approach or Salt Lake City Tower. Really? That's going to be cool. What, do you know when that's going to happen? Will used to be Electric Dreams. Hi, Will. Thank you for reminding us of that. Welcome back in. So we do have another flight. I'll update the next command momentarily. Moncton Monday. I know I've got WestJet stuff saved over in the old sim. And maybe I did have a Flare. I don't remember. That would have been a 737 MAX. So that's the iFly Manager. Let's see if I've got a Flare for the MAX. So let's see. Flare. Alaska, American, Caribbean. Hey, look at that. We've got 3 flares. Okay. FLGD, FLQZ, and FLUT. So we could do a flare flight. FLAIR. Do I actually have an airframe loaded on that yet? I don't think I have one. So what do you say? I don't know. They're all the same. We've done Flare before. I don't have it loaded in, but let's go and just grab one. Re-download. So it's CFLUT. While that's downloading, new airframe. So it's going to be a B38M. And we'll select that. And over here, we'll just grab the default, I guess, for the 737 MAX. Okay, it's going to be Flare. I have no idea what that is. So Flare Airlines, there is FLE. So it's FLE. Okay, that looks good. We're going to get Flare C-FLUT. C-FLUT. And we'll call it just UT. FLE. Okay, we got that. I'm going to assume that they do it in pounds. Flare Airlines. So I'm going to assume it's pounds. And let's see, units. We'll just force that issue there. Okay, all that looks good. Save the airframe. We have a Flare. And that's good. And it's downloaded, so we could do that. I got kicked to Unicom. I got kicked to Unicom. Let's just have a look and see what's happening in the exciting world of VATSIM radar. Refresh. Holy moly, did it get quiet here fast. Look at that. It's just us. It's just us. Us chickens. Okay, so a Boeing 737 MAX. So it's a 38M. And I've got my notes up to date. And I've got our weather. How we doing on the flight? Ooh, enter destination data. 35 miles from top of descent. We're gonna die. Okay, let's see. QNH. Altimeter here is 0999. I'll spare you my stupid German joke. 13. And 250 at 17. My guess is it's going to be 40 for the transition. Config 3 for flaps. Come over here. Navigraph. Arrivals. EKYT. Let's do over here. Did I miss something? Minimums are 208. 208. Good to go there. Back to performance. That looks good. Now then, they were saying that we were going to get a direct to. We were going to go direct to BAKIT. BAKIT. So we should go direct to BAKIT now. We are now direct to BAKIT or BAKIT. And at BAKIT, it's 2,000 feet. Let's plan that. 2,000 feet. We're caught up. And we are 24 miles from top of descent. There's a top of descent hockey stick, and I think we're good. All right. Holy moly. So let's see. What did I miss? Something about being about Mary. Oh, Mary Arbitrary, who's going to do ATC. Tim J, at least update the weights. Okay, Tim J says, please update the weights. Let's do that. Let's get that done. So airframes, Tim J says 99,360 for empty weight. So Tim J says empty weight. Tim J says 99,360. Tim J says passenger weight 195 pounds. Empty weight 178 passengers. Okay. 195 baggage weight is up to me. Okay. Empty weight 99,360. 99,360. Right? That's my empty weight. You wanted me to do that. 195 pounds for passengers and 178 pounds there. There was an iFly SimBrief profile. I thought that's what I should have, but we'll go with that. It's not built in yet. It should be. It's probably why my numbers are off. Thank you, Tim J. Thank you, Loviz. Yes, there is no number for emotional baggage, but we've all got it right now, so I guess it's just there. Okay, I think we're good. Top of descent is in 10 miles. Speed brakes are not disarmed. Nothing to worry about here. It's a short flight. Passengers can just stay seated. Well, we'll let them get up for a few seconds. There's probably somebody that's had too much beer. It's still going to be light by the time we get into Aalborg. It must be one of the airframes that you saved. It's only available. I don't know. It wasn't in this or anything. Okay, nobody. I'm the only one going into Aalborg right now. Let's see what we got over here. Okay, let's hit refresh and see if we've got any information on runways for our next flight. CJ9 will be right back. Okay, Toronto is not up right now. And it looks like Halifax isn't up yet. So we'll just go with whatever SimBrief gives us for runways and hope that it's correct. Not exactly what you want to hear out of your pilot, but there we go. Loviz says I really should have used this frame. Error, provided airframe is invalid or no longer exists. Let's try it again. Error, provided airframe is invalid or no longer exists. Manage descent. Let's go. It could be that that was the original one and maybe they're doing a new one. And down we go. Aalborg, here we come. Actually, the other one that I've got to fix is apparently my CRJ numbers are off. And so I need to go in and fix CRJ numbers. They're relatively close. They're not spot on, but they're relatively close. And our descent is good. Aalborg ahead. Let's see, 122.8. We could stay at 122.8. No CTAF. Loviz says try this one. Error, the provided airframe is invalid or no longer exists. Sorry, Loviz. Let's try it again. Nope, it really doesn't like that. It's being a real cranky. It's being cranky. Sorry, Loviz. You tried. You really did. Thank you. Maybe I'm not clicking it right. I just don't want you to get clicked off. That was sort of good. Clicked off. I'll just fly the plane. What happened to our band? I guess we ran out of jams. There we go. I know I must not have paid the band enough this time. Very cranky band members. Okay, so far so good. I think we're good on this one. Aalborg traffic, there is a Scandinavian A320. Looks like we're about 40 miles south of the airport. Coming in on the ILS, runway 26 right, Aalborg. CJ9 made it back. And 777 Bob says I should have set it up in kilos, not pounds. Thanks, 777 Bob. I think since I've got and changed some numbers in there, I probably ought to just leave it alone for now. There's a surprising number of things that you've got to pre-set up in an airplane for you know, really good immersion. There's a lot to set up. And I was also starting to you know, make my way through the myriad of things to set up over on over on DCS World for the Corsair, and holy moly, you know. You can set plan units to kilos without changing anything else. Okay, well, I'll change that to kilos and hit save. Hopefully we don't fall out of the sky. I'm sure you're right, Tim J. It's just my luck. We're on a nice descent path here. Okay, after landing, it's going to be 26 right. So we're going to probably get off at Gulf and taxi back in this way. So 26 right's the runway, 26 left has got to be a taxiway. Although the way this is set up, I wonder if they don't have you get up. Well, that's going to be over in the air guard stuff. It's amazed that, yes, that we ever got the Max off the ground. Yeah, well, most of our airplanes. I would think Delta 26 left into this area is what we need. You are not allowed to vacate to the north of the taxi via the parallel instead. You are not, okay, so we can't go and use this. Low-vis read the instructions. It probably said it over here. So we cannot go north, so we're going to taxi. So 26 right, it's either going to be Delta or Echo, and then 26 left, and then Charlie to the gate. Canada Bear, EKLS. Doesn't ring a bell, but that's not so surprising, as there's so many icy cows that are floating around in my head right now. Just really hard to tell. Seatbelts, and good. Things sure wrapped up quick in Copenhagen. Oh, you're getting what it is. Yeah, so I'm mispronouncing it. You know, all the 4-letter codes for airports and airplanes. ICAO. Been calling it IC cows. So that's what I've been calling it for quite a while now. 'Cause, you know, why not? Cabin secure. Everything's ready up here. I've got control of the speed. Activate the approach. Vectors to Copenhagen is 1700 to 2000 Zulu. Simviation with Anaboy. Did I say your name right? Welcome over on YouTube. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, that's right. So you say ICOA. It's the ICOA code. That's probably the correct way to say it. I've been saying it to be funny. A touch fast here. Needs some speed brakes. Little speed brake out on the wings there. We should catch up just fine, maybe. SpongeBob has now made its way into chat. Simviation, interesting facts on the A320. Cool little airplane. I think the A319 is a bit more sporty, but very nice airplanes. That's right. Even if you throw the speed brakes all the way out, it won't go all the way to full, unless you're on the ground or, you know, the wheels touch the ground. I knew we were going to catch up pretty quick. I got localizer. We'll punch in the localizer now, just to get it to work for us. So, a Flair Airlines 737 MAX flight to Halifax. And you did confirm that they're handing out free pizza when we get to Halifax, right? I've got glide slope and localizer. Let's switch over. Beanie Baby, we're going to do Toronto to Halifax. Which reminds me, I think I need to link some stuff here. Hang on. It's not just a heck of a fax, it's a Halifax. Haven't heard that one. Haven't heard that one before. How long? We are about ready to turn to final right now. So Toronto. So Toronto. I think I've got that just loading all the time now. Halifax. And I don't have a Halifax. I know I've got a Halifax airport. Maybe it loads full-time too. I at least like to check. Altimeters. And we decided the altimeters were going to be, already forgot, 0999. Good. Altimeters are good. Backup altimeter is good. $180. Seats for landing. Flaps 2. Okay, looks like we're all set and ready to go. All set and ready to go here. Winds looks like it's kind of coming right down the runway here, so that's not bad. No ATC, no other airplanes. We're pretty much set and ready to go. I've got auto brakes. Are not armed. They are now. Auto brakes, speed brakes, everything's set and ready to go. I think it's time. AP is indeed off. Aalborg traffic, there is a Scandinavian A320, about 10 miles, 7 mile finals for runway 26 right, landing Aalborg. Apocalypse, please, Toronto to Halifax for a howlin' good time. There's some hazy stuff out there. What's that temperature outside? 12 degrees. Little nervous about ice, but there you go. Could be some possible icing here. People could be, chilling. Hi, Roper. Welcome back. A dating report, and there's 5 mile finals. Managed for landing. Gear down. Gear going down. No, I've been nervous lots of times, 777 Bob. Looks like a little bit of rain on the... Yeah, we got rain. Flaps are 3. ECAM checklist is green. Mustache says to stretch before we land. I can stretch with one arm. I don't think I should let go of the side stick though right now. I was getting blown off to the side and we were starting to get low on the ACARS, we just finished it. We did a second flight out of Copenhagen. And Lovis says do not exit the runway to the north here. They will become upset. You might have to call a special phone number. If you barely just move your side stick, it's so easy. Trying to make... I don't want anybody to spill their beer.
100 above. Minimum.
Landing.
Light slow. Light slow.
40. 30. 20. Retard.
That was probably a little hard. We made it to that first taxiway. How about that? That wasn't so bad. A little hard, but we got out of the way. Aalborg traffic, the Scandinavian A320 is clear of runway 26 right. Taxi to the terminal. Happy landings, Aalborg. How bad? It was probably a little on the heavy side for sure. So followed the flight route just fine. It wasn't the longest runway, so I also felt like, you know, you need to put it, oh, look at that, right on the spot. Perfect. And the minus 477. I didn't think it was going to be nearly that bad. 477? You're kidding. 1.08 G's, but 477. Oh, that hurts. Still, though, we put it right where we put the wheels down right where they were supposed to be. So that was the good thing. We should have landed at Sesame Street. Epic Gaming's gonna call it a day. Good night, Epic Gaming. Oh man, that would have been so nice if it, I mean, right on the spot. Perfect. If only it hadn't been so heavy, he said, being whiny and stuff. Yeah, I was pitching down a little bit too much because I knew I was high and I was about ready to start, floating. And I knew that we couldn't float a lot of the way down the runway here. There just wasn't enough room to float. There was no bounce, that's for sure. Something about beer in the coffee. Okay, we're all ready to go here. Yeah, just because there wasn't butter all over the runway doesn't mean it wasn't a good landing. Oh yeah, I bet they absolutely do have an application that sends GeForce data out. A little bit hard, but decent. And nose light. Espen, 1995. This is a payware I think we've had for this airport for quite a while. How does it look to you since it's your local hometown airport? Am I gonna get an offer from Mr. O'Leary? Engines, transponder, a good second flight though. Fuel pumps, and we're done with the ADIRS system, so that can go off too. Ground power is available. Come over here. Phoenix, stairs, doors. Now this one's a little harder. This one won't automatically deboard, but we made it. I think that so it looks pretty good. The taxiway's long, Espen. I'm guessing that that's because it's mostly a military airport here. It's a military airport, so they want to get the they want to get the civilian traffic as far away as they can. That's why it's so long. What a cool airport, and 2 really good flights. This was really nice. But it's time to go to Halifax because they've got pizza. They don't. I'm just clearly in the mood for pizza today. All right, letting the sim cool down just a little bit. We got to change airplanes. All right, and there we go. Quit to desktop. I know we're mean to we're mean to Ryanair, and I think probably a little too mean over the years. They put a lot of flights up in the air. They move a lot of people, and they do it very, very well. So I'm trying to be less mean. Patton is having trouble with chat. What's going on with chat, Patton? Simviation, next leg for us is Toronto to Halifax in a 737 MAX. Okay, that looks good. Probably going to ask the task manager after that. 2 flights usually means that it's upset. So we'll just go like that. I did check to see if we had a... ATC and possible runway intel. We'll do one more check in Canada and see. We're a little bit early for Moncton Monday. So YYZ, it's pretty cool. Nothing here yet. So this will probably be a chill out flight. So if you're new to VATSIM, this is a good chance for you to hop in and fly with us on this. This is a great chance to do a flight with us on VATSIM. Let's do a new flight over here. So this is going to be a flare, and that's FLI, right? FLE 441. CYYZ. We're going to CYHZ. And we're going to be in a 737 MAX. A MAX 8. The event starts in 50 minutes, so we'll have some nice ATC coming in. That'll work. Okay, there is our FLI. And it's going to be in kilos, which we'll check. And there's a departure. So it says runway 23 for departure and 23 for landing. Let's just go with that. We can do a little bit of a rabbit hole on, look at a couple of websites to see what's going on, but this is probably good. Okay, this looks great. We're going to need a PDC flight plan. So I got to close the old one and save a copy of this over to the desktop. And we need to pre-file on VATSIM. Average Canadian is going to be on Volanta. Understand that you're not right. If you're not quite ready, don't feel pressure like you've got to, but when you see that there's not a lot of ATC, this is the time to go and give it a try. Okay, we're filed on VATSIM. YYZ. Welcome to Toronto. My guess is Low-Vis is over here, and that's where WestJet parks. And let's get a simulator. Oh. We don't need the Airbus autopilot, and I don't need... I also don't need SimApp Pro for the Boeing. Just use the side stick there. When CJ9 was in the UK, 60 pounds returned to Spain with Ryanair. They had to put your neck back in place after landing. Oh, you've been on a hard landing with Ryanair, really? Now they put so many airplanes in the air. Low-Vis says maybe we should plan on runway 5 for our arrival. So 26 to depart, that's what we got. But Low-Vis says let's plan for runway 5. We can easily fix this right now. So let's go and edit the flight and go with Low-Vis's runways. Beanie Baby is going to be an Air Canada A320. Okay, so Low-Vis says let's plan on runway 5 for our arrival. And 23 for departure. I'm going to go and board my usual 15 minutes of extra fuel. There's not a lot of ATC, but, you know, when it comes to fuel, safety first. Quan, I think if you're... So, yes, with some very important differences. You're going to learn procedures to set up airplanes. You're going to learn air traffic control procedures. You're going to learn flight planning. You're going to learn to deal with real-world weather. All of that is going to be really, really great for your flight school. Now, if you also happen to know what airplanes that you're going to be using in your flight school, you can see if there's that airplane in Microsoft Flight Simulator, and it should be really good. The one thing that it's not going to do is teach you what it's like to sit in a real cockpit. Okay, you're not going to have the feel of the wind rushing over your ailerons and your rudder and your elevators. You're sitting at a computer. You're not getting bounced about like you will be in a real airplane. I mean, the skies can be rough and you're getting bounced around in the real world. I'm just sitting here in my living room looking at a computer screen. That being said, so that's why, I'm pretty good at setting up, the Phoenix A320. People will come in and say, do you think, if the captain had the fish and the first officer had the chicken, could you land an airplane? And my answer is, unless it's a Cessna 152, 172, or a Cardinal, the ones I have actual experiences, I'm going to say probably no. Because the real experience of flying a real airplane can only be simulated so much. Now, because I put stuff into a really good simulation of a McDo, I could probably set up a Category 3 landing. And we might live. But there is a difference. That being said, Quan, you're going to start flight school in August. Playing with Microsoft Flight Simulator, playing with ATC, it's going to put you in a position where you're ahead of the other students. And that's a good thing. It's been shown that if you go to flight school and you're playing with Microsoft Flight Simulator at the same time, you're going to be better at this flying thing as opposed to people that just don't do anything. And I think the Air Force Academy, the U.S. Air Force Academy did those tests and said, yeah, playing with Flight Simulator is a good thing to do. We endorse that sort of thing. Okay, 737 MAX. Let's see if we got a flare here. 777 Bob. See, that's why 777 Bob had the lasagna. If you've had the fish or had the chicken, that's why you always choose lasagna as your in-flight meal. And there is our flare MAX. That looks good to me. Save and go back. Beanie Baby's flying with us today. And Quan, the other thing is the air traffic control networks that we fly on, VATSIM and Pilot Edge and stuff like that, that's going to really make some of your communication skills already frosty and raring to go. So that's going to be a good thing for you. Okay, CYYZ. There's Toronto Pearson. We would have some idea, but the fun and games stops when you've got to actually sit down and start pushing buttons and stuff like that. That's when it's going to be a problem. Okay, I'm guessing that low vis is at the Charlie gates. Those are Bravos. Okay, you're down at this one over here, it looks like. You're at Bravo 19. I see where you are. Okay, nobody's over there. I can go over there. Let's try that. And let's start and see what works. That's right, an auto land. Flight sim is like not controlling a real airplane. Yeah, a Category 3 is auto land. All you've got to do is when the airplane says retard, you pull the throttle back, retard. I don't even think you have to do the reversers. I mean, maybe you get to do the reversers, I don't know. I mean, I think if they discovered, oh, there's a Microsoft Flight Simulator pilot at the controls, everybody in the control tower would say, I've got a headache, I'm gonna call in sick today. It is fun. Quan, there's a whole lot of setup here. Does it require a setup to have fun? Eventually, yes. Now, that being said, you don't have to get all the expensive stuff out of the gate. You really don't have to do that. You could look up something like, I don't know if you care about Boeing or Airbus, but the Airbus TCA Captain's Pack. over at just Amazon to give you an idea. The Airbus TCA Captain's Pack is a great way to start. It's from Thrustmaster. Not sponsored by it. That's what I think. That's kind of what I was starting with an awful lot of. Oh, we don't need Airbus reversers. We're in a Boeing. I am at Bravo 20, although I don't think that they roll their Bs here in Canada. Are you going to wait until Toronto pops up? And there's our 737 MAX. Dad, Game Time says Spy Hat. Oh, you're going to wait for Halifax? I think we need a Boeing hat. We're at a Boeing now. And there is our Boeing 737 MAX cockpit. Open up the door. Let's see if the pilot... How long do we have to wait, Loviz? I've run out of jokes for the week. That's right. Real lives are involved too. It's a lot different, you know. That's another big difference. Real life versus sim life. I remember when I was doing my first solo flight. Very first time by myself in a runway, in an airplane. It's sort of like I'm pushing the throttle forward saying, what the hell do you think you're doing? You're not worthy of this sort of thing. Okay, we are in a Flight 441 and a Boeing 737 MAX 8. And what we're doing now, so let's see. Quan, I don't know if you're still here. I have just logged on to the VATSIM network. This is a network that does air traffic control. It's sort of like a big sandbox that we all get to fly in. And if there's ATC, that'll pop up over here. So there isn't always ATC when you fly on the network. Yeah, no, the feeling went away. The feeling went away when I took off. So, you know, the typical solo flight, you know, 3 touch and goes, right? So took off, first time feeling like, who the hell do you think you are? What are you doing? You know, this was long before Jar Jar Binks, but we's gonna die. Took off, flaps up, made the turn. And when I was on downwind and I'd leveled off and I was on my downwind, I thought, I know what I'm doing. I've done this before. Maybe we're not gonna die after all. And that was the point for me. That was the end of, you know, I'm not gonna die here. That was it. I had to wait till I was on download. But Beanie Baby, I don't have chase plane. I'm just using quick view cameras. If you look at some of my pre-recorded videos on YouTube, in fact, I think one of my new ones, latest pre-recorded videos, is how I set up my views in the cabin and stuff. And maybe that'll show you how it is that I move around as quick as I do. Okay, I'll bet there's low vis right over. Look at that. There's WestJet. There's low vis. Okay, so our airplane is here. We're all good. Let's get a jetway. We're kind of taking our time slow on this. So I'm going to call a jetway. And there's our jetway. Beanie Baby, you're the Air Canada. So Beanie Baby and Low Vis are flying with us now. So Quan, you get to fly with your friends like this and have a good time. We just called a jetway over here. And we are at Bravo 20. And if you can even come over here and walk out of the cockpit. Check out the cabin. And look at that. There's a jetway right outside the door. Oh my gosh, a nice jetway. How about that? I think this stops us at the edge of the airplane. But you can even go and walk into the... There's a way to walk into the airport. And there's some airports that even the terminals are modeled, and modeled very nicely. Central 65, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. Okay, first step, power on the electronic flight bag, systems page, sim menu, panel style, general, and we are in the metric system. So we'll just make sure that we're in the metric system. And we're all set and ready to go there. Go back. Now let's go to ground support. I'm gonna need ground power. I've already got chocks in place. My main door's open. You don't need to open any doors with this airplane, but kind of got it going there. Let's go ahead, and we're gonna need to get on Volanta so that we can get a humiliating landing rate. So here is Volanta. We'll move the map across the Atlantic, and there is our route. Actually, this is a 2-hour flight, low vis. My guess is if we don't have to wait that long to make sure that ATC is there. Okay, and we're all ready to go. So first things first, you got to hit the power switch on the 737. That's this button right there. There's the battery. Battery's going on. I'm going to give the band a little bit of a break for a second here while we start it, because this airplane's got good sounds. So ground power going on. Gaff-tastic, yes. It absolutely is. A lot of what you're going to do in the flight sim, an awful lot of what you're going to do does transfer to the real world. And some of it is very nicely. Emergency exit lights are armed. Let's get some background lighting on the panel. Let's come down here. We're going to do steady position lights. We're going to have a tail. Wig Bill, Moncton Monday. Yes. Moncton Monday. And the airplane's coming to life here. Let's see. Other things. We're going to do windshield heaters. Windshield heaters are on. Let's come on up here, and we're going to do the IRS over to heading and status. Left nav and right nav are going on. Gaff-tastic, yes. And if you're careful about, reality in the sim, I'll tell you what, Gaff-tastic, this really does put you a step ahead. It really does prove, it really is a valuable training tool. And there's kind of something about flight simming that keeps it fun. Not all of real world flying is fun and games. It really isn't. But the flight sim is all fun and games, and if you're doing that, it's a good time. So, there you go. Wig Bill, thank you for updating the title. Okay, all of this is good. Let's see. I'm going to do a fuel pump and APU. Let's see, Gaff-tastic, you're working on your CFI rating right now. And my guess is when you become a flight instructor, you're going to start, you'll be telling your students, hey, you want an edge? You want to give yourself a really good edge in aviation? Go play with Flight Simulator a little bit. Go play with Flight Sim. Okay, navigation data is groovy. Position in it. We are at CYYZ, Toronto, Pearson. We are at gate Bravo 20, B20. Bravo 20 is good. Now we're going to grab a GPS position, put it in the scratch pad, compare that with our gate position, and then enter that. Best mouse settings for interacting with buttons. Patton, I really haven't changed any of my mouse settings at all. I haven't done any of that. You use the sim a lot in training too, practicing holds and approaches. Yes, there are some things you can, a lot of real world things that you can get really good practice in the sim. Root. CYYZ, and let's root request. Root uplink is ready. Clear it and load it. Okay, APU is up and running. Let's get the bleed on and the packs on. It's summertime. We want to keep our passengers as comfy as possible. Uh-oh, Chihuahua's on the tarmac. All right, let's see. This is FLE Flare, flight 441. Our route should be Olaba, Talno. I don't have the correct flight plan up. There's the correct flight plan. There's Olaba, Talno, Toxel, and Ebony. And those are all correct. So that looks good. Activate it and execute it. Let's see. You need Navigraph charts for this one. You need that over here. Import the flight. Got to use the desktop version. CTAF is 118.7. Loviz got a CTAF. Thank you. And YYZ to CHC. YYZ charts taxi. All right, we need to do parking gates, airport, and the DDIC 5 departure. And make sure you get the right one. There's several. DD5, not that one. DD 515. It's this one right here. It's chart 10-3 Charlie. This is the correct one for our departure. And an initial climb clearance is going to be 5,000 feet. Cool. Coming into Halifax, we're doing the Fundy 5 arrival. And Loviz says expect the runway 5. We'll need the airport and parking gates, and now we got all the charts we need. So all of this looks good. Let's do departure and arrival. Our departure, we're expecting runway 23. DDIC 5. Via Olaba. And execute that. Go back. Arrival, we're expecting a localizer for runway 5. It's the Fundy arrival via Ebony and Obnom. Well, wait a minute. I forget. Let's look. CJ, yes, we should have our pizza. And I'm sorry, I'm missing a little bit of chat here. Let me get the airplane up and running. After Ebony, it's Oddcast. Yeah, let's do Oddcast. Do we have that one? Nope, none of those. So we'll just make that one there. Beanie Baby, you're going to do the Arnav Zulu. I imagine it's basically just going to be visual. but I'll put just something in. And they may make us change it, and that's okay. Route. Performance. Okay, we filed for flight level 350. That's 350. The winds on our flight today are 283 at 17. Temperature deviation is plus 12 degrees. Wow, plus 12 degrees in Canada right now. And reserves are going to be 2.2. Now let's go load the plane. That's right, they usually do have the ATIS on. They do have it on there. They do have the approach on the ATIS. I used to do that too. The things, real pilots said they'll just put in a approach, even if it's across the pond, to have a complete flight plan, I guess. Russ is home. Russ went to Elgin Air Force Base in Florida. Did you see any alligators in Florida? Let's do performance. Welcome home, Russ. I hope you had a good time at Elgin. Weight and balance. Passengers. Okay, how many people? 150 people. 150 people going to Halifax. Mountman, use the secondary flight plan page 2 if there's 2 runways available. That's another great strategy. That's using the secondary is one that I don't use nearly enough. I mean, it really bailed me out. I got a reroute on the ground in one airplane, and I used the secondary to put the new one in, and it was great. Your nephew has command of an Air Force squadron. Russ, that's congratulations. That's huge news. Really excited. And massive congratulations. That is an awful lot of work that your nephew has put in to achieve that. 3.7 is cargo. Divided by 2 is 1,850. 1,850. 1,850. Gives me a new zero fuel weight of 62.045. That is so close, it's not even worth it. So 60, how about 62.1 to round it? 62.1. I'm going to go ahead and let's put our fuel aboard. 7003. 7003. Taxi out. 143. Planned trip fuel. 4053. That looks good. Takeoff fuel should be about 68.9. It's 68.9. Spot on. Tim, thank you for giving me the updated numbers for this airplane. My numbers are perfect. Payload, fueling, both done. And let's go get our departure. Runway 23. Now then, there isn't a great way to get an ATIS in this airplane, but you can get it elsewhere. One place you can get a little bit of weather information that's pretty handy, if I could click the right icon. There we go. Come over here, go to airports, and Pearson, and weather. Our METAR says the altimeter is 3000. The winds are 250 at 12. Okay, that looks good. So, runway 23, it's dry. 250 at 12. And a little bit gusty. .250 at 12 KT. Oh, I forgot the T. Oh, doesn't want the knots in there. Well, usually it kind of changes it to meters per second at that point. That might not be 100% accurate. Let's see. 36 Celsius. QNH is 30.00. I know it is a little picky. All right, takeoff. Let's start at the bottom. -2, flaps 5, air conditioning on, anti-ice off, calculate. Hey, we could do a -2. Cool. So derate -2 and 32 degrees. -2 and 32 degrees. Takeoff page. Let's see. Flaps are 5, trim is 21. 5. 21.0. That's set. And it's 145, 145, 149. 145, 145, 149. Not bad. $149 on the speed. Altimeter. Inches of mercury, 3000. Okay, takeoff heading. Now, as I recall, it's not runway heading. After takeoff, on runway 23, you're going to turn a little bit to the right, so 245 degrees is what you ought to set for your heading. Instead of the exact runway heading, that's usually what I do here. Just because we're busy on takeoff, especially in stuff like the CRJ. So 245. And don't forget, we've also got a top altitude clearance of 5,000 feet in case ATC pops on. Don't want to bust that one. All right, so there's 5,000 feet. Altimeter, IAS Mach, heading, altitude are set. Flight directors can go on. Everything looks good here. Let's flip over to APU generator power. That's right, you do stay on that runway heading, but not long. It's a very short amount of time. So what we do is we stay on runway heading 110 and then make the turn. That's not a huge amount of time. That's why I'm putting that number in. That just reminds me to make the turn. I'm good at staying on runway heading, but... Okay, everything's clear here. And what else have we got? Martel says flap settings in a Boeing are scary compared to an Airbus. Lots more flap settings in this airplane. Of course, if we go over into a Mad Dog, we have dial a flap. So you got all sorts of settings over there. That's fun. All right, we're done with the electrical power. And this is when I'm also going to go ahead and pull the chocks on my main landing gear. Let's see. We'll just squawk 2000. Low vis says we have a CTAF, and that's 118.7. 118.7. And then we need 122.8. There we go. That's all set. Everything's good to go up here and nice and golden. Let's go ahead and close the door and retract the jetway.
Toronto traffic, WestJet 120.
If you get the tug, that usually retracts your jetway, but sometimes you have to close your own door.
Call, Toronto.
Oh my gosh, low vis is already out of here. Holy moly. I was going slow. I thought we were going slow. CJ9 got free pizza. Do I not know how to dial a radio? Probably not. Yep, should have been 122.8. I said 123.8. GT Boy for the win. Thank you for checking my frequency. Okay, that all looks good. Did the door close? Hey, the door closed and we're ready to go. Anybody else behind us? Nobody there. I think we're ready. Seatbelts. Seatbelts are on. Beacon. On. Fuel pumps. On. ACARS is flying with us. Wet paint is back. Hi, wet paint. I don't know. I've never been on either one. My guess is they're both pretty compatible. My guess is they're both compatible, wet paint. And welcome back. Thanks for coming in. Are you about ready to take a trip or something? Okay, let's go ahead and start squawking. Transponder and transponder on. We're squawking. I think it's time to go. Nobody's behind us. Parking brakes are off. And away we go. CJ9 says the A320 Neo is more comfy. Okay, packs off. Ground start engine number 1. And we can just go and flip the switch now and concentrate on our pushback. Loviz has been a passenger on a Max on quite a few trips too. I think that lie flat suites or seats are a great way to cope with a long haul. I wonder if they call their long haul lay flat suites, if they call them Copacabanas. Hey, you knew there was going to be danger of stupid things like that after our flight to Aalborg, so just saying. Loviz has been on Copa quite a bit and says it's a good airline. GT Boy, I know we got to get those sounds going again, especially for that, right? Wet Paint has been on a 787 and an A380, and you genuinely enjoyed the 787 more. Really? Ground start engine number 2. Startup sounds are really good. Beanie Baby, go ahead. I'll turn out the other way. I'll turn out the other way, Beanie Baby. GT Boy had a good flight on a DC-3. And getting a good start on engine number 2. As we always do. Flight attendants, try and have a seat soon. We're about ready to go. There goes engine number 2. So I usually come over here after engine start, and I'm going to go and do my packs first, get the air conditioning going for our customers, engine generators, turn off the isolation valve, and then the APU bleed. Everything else looks good here. We're going to come up here and do yaw dampers. We'll turn the engine generator monitoring to generator 1. Check the engine generators again, and then we can shut down the APU. Taxi light. Flaps 5. Auto brakes to RTO. Shall we go? And parking brakes off. And I told Beanie Baby I'm going to turn around and go the other way. Might need a little bit of thrust in that left engine to make this turn. Pyroblaster has decided to pick up the Winwing joystick. I've got the Ursa Minor. I've been super duper happy with it. I think you will be too.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Louis, did I say your name right? Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. Thanks for the follow. We're just departing out of Toronto. Pearson traffic, there is a Flare 737 MAX coming out of Pier B, taxiing runway Alpha to runway 23, Toronto Pearson. And everything's good here. And now we're thrust idle. Slewweed, we are departing Toronto and we're heading east to Halifax, Nova Scotia. There is a weekly air traffic control event there called Moncton Mondays. So we're kind of going to fly in that one. Usually there's a ton of ATC around here. We're a little earlier than usual today, so we're kind of chilling.
Canada 468, climbing out now. He's in the field above the control.
And there is our nice Flare 737 MAX. X, we will do that. Thank you. Okay, everything looks good there. Atlanta Center, Boston Center, New York Center have all come up. Nothing else for us. Let's run the engines up here about halfway. This is the takeoff check in a Boeing. And the airplane did not beep. That says that that's basically your takeoff config in a Boeing. Pyroblaster, you ordered the tiller. My tiller is getting a little bit dirty and it's starting to become a problem. One of the things I was going to do tomorrow or Wednesday, the days that I don't live stream, I was going to take a screwdriver and I was going to I've got, you know, some compressed air, and I was going to blow that out and see if there wasn't some dirt or something like that in there. I don't know. Loviz says expect to be with Baston Center for most of the trip. Look over there. Nobody's coming. Look over there. I thought I pulled the nose chocks, but I guess I didn't. There is something chill out going on. The Canadian flights are really nice. And even if the other thing about the flights here in Canada is they're just really, even if there's ATC, the ATC in Canada is really good. This is going to be a VNAV heading select departure. Auto throttle going on. I don't hear anybody. Toronto traffic, there is a Flare 737 MAX taxiing on the runway 23 and departing to the south. Toronto. Joe just did a resub. Joe Compares here. And Joe's been here for 13 months. Hey Joe, thanks for the resub today. And Muffin Basket is back with a nice resub. Muffin Basket, thank you for a really nice resub. Muffin Basket's been here for 13 months. And cheers also for a cool name here on Twitch as well. Strobes going on. Very nice ATC, and they're really patient. They're just really, it's great. And so if you're getting started on VATSIM, I always like to say, hey, why don't you come on over, start flying in Canada. They really are, this is a great place for beginners. Not maybe in some of the biggest events, but the rest of the time for sure. J-Dub says that Muffin Basket is an awesome person. Okay, looking good here. Landing right. Oh, you've got personal experience. I get it. Continuous restart on the engines. And cabin crew is now seated. I think it's time to go. So there you go, J-Dubs. See? Actual experience. Throttle's going up. Engines are stable. Takeoff thrust is set.
Air Canada 1902, lining up.
80 knots. Steering with the rudders. Little left rudder here. Go. Rotate. Positive climb gear. Gear going up. And 11,000 feet before we can make our turn. So runway heading. $1,100. That was it, not 11,000 feet. Make the turn. Yeah, it would have been 1,100, not 11,000. AP. It would have been close to cruise. Flaps 1. Toronto traffic, that Flare 737 MAX is now clear of runway 23. South for probably 5 miles and then turning
New recruit detected.
over to Unicom.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
Flare
Station.
441, Toronto. Thanks. Idiot. Okay, that looks good. Leslie is back and just did a follow. Hey, Leslie. Thank you for the follow. 122.8. And flaps up. Flaps are going up. I forgot to do TCAS, which I always do. TCAS is on. Airport data traffic. Continue the climb. We're going to flight level 350. Gonna have to probably hit the altitude intervention button because I wasn't fast enough on the altitude dial here. Leslie 1975, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Yeah, we're stopping, so altitude intervention. That'll continue the climb. And this looks good. Let's turn left heading 090. And then we can get on course. Continue this to 350. Leslie Rivera is doing a flight around the world with refueling stops. Probably need that unless you've got like an atomic powered airplane. Oh, you're going to do the Concorde around the world. That's probably a good idea. That's a good airplane to take it on. And 35,000 feet. Thalo is back. Hi, Thalo. Welcome aboard. Welcome, welcome. Okay, yeah, this will probably be my wrap-up today. Okay, direct to Savior. Leslie Rivera's first stop in the Concorde is going to be Boston. Probably a little close to that. Let's do the next one. Direct to Beckett. Always want a big box of Timbits here in Canada. Okay, and direct to legs. Second, not whatever. And execute. And LNAV. LNAV's got us. We're good. Climb continues. Let's see. Did we get flaps up? Flaps are up. Auto brakes are off. 10,000 foot cabin call. Continuous restart is off. Landing lights off. Nose light off. APU is off. The rest of our lights are good. Direct to second. That sounds like you could say it wrong. And our climb's good too. Let's see. Did you hear the B-52s who did a mission? I thought they were... I didn't think they were the 52s. But I wouldn't be surprised. 11,000 feet. I mean, unless they were going to the Love Shack, I don't think it was the B-52s. And everything's good there. Moncton, here we come. Cabin's pressurizing. We're not killing our passengers. That's one of the good things. Let's go ahead and let the flight attendants get up. Flight attendants have been notified they can get up and start doing the service stuff here. 86 miles to top of climb. Everything else is good. Our 737 MAX is maxing along great. Last view. Oh, there's the airport right about to disappear under the wingtip. There's Toronto Pearson right there. Bye, Pearson. Oh. Little turn there. So we get to see a little more of Pearson. Leslie, has the flight planning been going well for you? And you're going to be able to do all of that on your flights? Who closes these things? Jeez. There's a way to turn that off. I thought I already did, but... And actually, we're supposed to have this closed for... There we go. And set the heading bug straight up. This one's not nearly as much work as the CRJ, but it's more work than an Airbus. Loviz, are we going to skirt north of the Boston Air Route Traffic Control Center? So no Sheedy today. And standard altimeter. I think that they designed that to do that. On the sun side of the airplane, they'll automatically close. We are 691 miles from Halifax. The computer is estimating we'll land at 2341 Zulu. It's 2208. Now, it's probably going to change a little bit because we're going a little slow as we climb. Loviz says, nope, we will probably hit a little bit of Boston here. So there's Loviz up there. Yeah, I think we probably will just kind of glance off the side maybe. And they'll probably ignore us as we go on out to Halifax. Well, then again, maybe when we make the turn here, because we got a little turn, right? Vinyl Rabbit says it's hot in Boston today, so you want to make sure that your Sam Adams is properly chilled. Leslie, it's a little bit harder to, dive in, like you said, on Xbox, but you can do a pretty good job. Did I mute ATC? No, I did go, well, let's see, my airplane is a little noisy. Nope, I didn't mute ATC. I am over on 122.8, I believe. 122.8. Vinyl Rabbit says it was 100 degrees in Boston.
Where, 441, what altitude are you cruising at?
Flare 441, our final cruise altitude today is flight level 350. It was turned down a little bit.
Thanks.
Had to look. What are we cruising at again today? Oh, flight level 350. It was 1,025 degrees Celsius in the sim the other day for Tim J. Oh, you put the QNH in the temperature cold. Well, I hope none of your instruments melted first. Okay, I think everything's good. Loviz says the weather here is going to be nicer than it is in Scandinavia. Yeah, it was, departing out of Trondheim, it was really soggy. It was definitely soggy going out of Trondheim. It was nice. Copenhagen and Aalborg were nice, though. Leslie 1975 just followed and is in chat for the first time. Welcome on in, Leslie 1975. Thank you for coming by. Welcome aboard. It is probably hot in California. It's 25,000 feet. Seatbelts to auto. Everything's good here. No changes. And about now is a great time to just look at the pressurization. Make sure the cabin is indeed climbing, and it is. So far, so good today, Leslie. I hope your Monday went okay. And you're getting to do some flying and gaming and fun stuff. Leslie Rivera says it's hot and sticky in Florida, with big mosquitoes and alligators and other things too. Probably some snakes. So far, so good. Now the next thing to do is to start looking for an ADIS eventually from Halifax. But everything else is pretty good. Oh, heading bug. There we go. 45 miles to top of climb. Let's see. Leslie flies with CJ9. CJ9 has been here flying with us for quite a while. Nothing really to fix down here. Once you get this airplane set up, it's not a lot of extra work. So it's kind of one of those that you can sit in the back of the airplane. And we're over the lake right now. Loviz is just clearing the lake at the moment. And all sorts of pretty good ATC over Boston, it looks like. ATC right now, so here we are coming over there. Looks like there's a little ATC off the coast. Atlanta is up. Nashville has got a little bit of ATC. Looks like Vegas and LA are up today. Canada seems awfully quiet. Is it a national holiday, or so? Loviz says they're late coming on? Oh, I know why. They're probably all at the Terrence and Phillip concert. They're all at the Terrence and Phillip concert. I've noticed down here, I've noticed this has been up quite a bit. San Juan Center's been up quite a bit lately. So, and Juliana's up a little bit too. They're doing some business. That's right. They got tired of us blaming Canada, so. We have in TJSJ, and this is a really cool departure too. Usually you take off over here on runway 8, and then you make a little turn out. And then one of the things we'll do is after, TJSJ over to Juliana. But yeah, Loviz, we haven't done that in a while. I will put that on the list of things to maybe do next week. You know what? I know that they've gone out of business. CJ is a nice lad. So San Juan, TJSJ, that would be a nice little island hop. I just penciled that in for the second flight for Thursday, but we haven't been there in a while, and that is a nice hop. Anything happening in South America? Let's see. Bogota is up, but it's Tower and ATIS at the moment. Tim J is going to call it a night. Good night, Tim J. Thank you for coming in. Have a wonderful evening. Enjoy, you know, a couple days off on Tuesday and Wednesday. Although I'm going to have my nose in the flight manual for the Corsair. Couple of small regional areas up. So Stuttgart is still got ground and ATIS up. And looks like parts of London are still alive and well. Dunwaldy, are you calling it a night? Good night, Dawn. Thank you for coming in. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you for being here. See you next time. Atlanta Setter's been online for 6 hours and 20 minutes. There's a few people, there's a few setters that are trying to get like Iron Mike Awards. Plus, I think that they're on a lot more because of Flight Sim Expo right now. I don't have Discord on during the live stream. And generally, I've got the phone stuff turned off, CJ9. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't leave things on all the time. So again, I apologize if I'm missing, or was that for somebody else? Sorry. Was that for Leslie? It's hot. It's 98 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, CJ9 was talking to Leslie. Yeah, like I said, I wasn't trying to be rude or anything. Pyroblaster has to get up at 6 a.m. for work. You got to call it a night? Yeah, Pyroblaster, it's late. Getting up early for work is never easy, so it's a good thing that you're all ready to go. And all fresh for the week. And here is our turnover Trenton. Still got a little bit of the lake to go. Average Canadian has Thai for dinner tonight. Okay, this is all good. We're at flight level 350. We're in cruise mode. 472 miles to top of descent. And we are still expected to land about 2341 Zulu at Halifax. And we have 602 miles to go. Oh, we could do fixes. Boston said we should. Beanie Baby says divert to Boston. ACAR's had grass on the takeoff, and CJ has Hunter's chicken for dinner. So let's see. Let's go start cleaning some stuff up. Assuming that Moncton is going to pop up. Best to have your notes all cleaned up and ready to go. Okay, that's good. And heading bug, good. I think we have achieved cruise. Everything is in good shape. Oh, starting to see a couple little islands over on the right side of the plane. In fact, we're now about ready to be done with Lake Ontario, I guess. Let's see, chicken tenders and ginger ale. Ian, that sounds good. Oh wow, was flying Phoenix to SeaTac. AP forgot about it, went to eat dinner, came home, and the A320 was doing a dozen go-arounds over SeaTac. Really? No kidding, it was just going, looping around or something? I usually, if I've got a flight going, if I have to walk away for any more than about 5 minutes or so, I'll just go and do something else. Tim Dog has tacos tonight. Aren't you supposed to wait for Tuesday? Is it Taco Tuesday? That was something, boy, that's something I kind of miss about one of the places that I used to work. Taco Tuesday, the bosses always went to different Mexican restaurants and stuff. Every Tuesday they went to a different restaurant and just loads of tacos. It was so nice. That was one of the few good bosses that I had. He was a good guy. They are good, aren't they, CJ9? Yeah. Beanie Baby was doing an A330 Los Angeles to Atlanta. You crashed at Lone Creek. Let's see. I don't have anything. I don't have anything to make tacos tonight. I will do Taco Tuesday tomorrow. That'll be food for tomorrow. So tomorrow is laundry. You wonder what, days off days. Laundry, vacuum, vacuum, clean the bathroom, that sort of thing. And spend most of my day, the recreational part of the day with my nose in a, 80-year-old book. I was able to do a Google search online for Corsair F4U manual.pdf, and this is what turned up. The Pilot's Handbook and Flight Operating Instructions for the Corsair F4U. That's the new airplane that came out for DCS, the little fighter. And it's a 71-page book. And it's not bad. It really does look like it's going to be pretty good. Leslie is learning how to fly the A380. Really? That's a big airplane. And Sunjammer is calling it a night. Good night, Sunjammer. Thank you for coming in today. Hope you had a good Monday, and we'll see you next time. Thursday, have a great evening, Sunjammer, and a good Tuesday and Wednesday. Loviz went to a local Mexican restaurant for chicken enchiladas today, and you are now stuffed. Some chicken enchiladas are really good. I generally, there was a place that I would go with my younger sister back home. And actually, I think we did more huevos rancheros there. But they would kind of load the huevos rancheros with, make them basically huevos rancheros enchiladas with an incredibly good green chili sauce that was awesome. It was really good. Cursed Katana Blade. Did I say that right? The A380 makes me wish airports could be cool again. They're cool. It's just the world around them has kind of impacted our airport world, hasn't it? I think airports are still awful, wonderful, cool. Yeah, you got to deal with more security and crazy people and stuff. But it's still an airport. That's right, Operator Pusky. And one of the things that I'm seeing is before you take off, it's really, really important to set your trim. And there's 3 trim settings on that one. There's elevator, rudder, and aileron trim. And they all have to be set correctly, or else you, like you said, Operator Pusky, you're going to just flip over on your takeoff. And apparently a lot of pilots got killed back in the day because that airplane is so powerful. Impossible Face did a flight into Herculon. Oh, there's great stuff to see. That's why it's still one of my absolute favorite places to fly. The Greek islands, and they're nicely modeled. They keep getting better and better. So it really is super nice. Average Canadian's gonna be gone till the 5th of July. You're going to Scout Camp. I hope you have a good Scout Camp. Polyot is kind of on the mend. Some health issues. Also, work is picking up a little bit. Just been kind of busy. That kind of deal. You know, the thing is in the cockpit, Cursed, the A380's probably got the same number of buttons as an A350. Probably about the same. Ian's birthday is on July 4th. Na, come on. Did I say that right? You've been out of flying for 15 months now. You're getting your new PC next week. Well, oh my gosh, you've been gone for 15 months? Come on, guess what? You've got a lot of cool surprises waiting for you. We got some great airplanes. This is the iFly 737 MAX. It's now ready to go. And holy moly, this is a great airplane. The Phoenix line of airplanes is really good. We've got a pretty good A350 now. And several others. So we've also got, the PMDG 777 is now out for 2024. So it's getting really good. Mary Arbitrary, I'm sorry, I just can't afford to do things like that quite yet. I've got a lot more hard work in building up my live stream so that I can eventually do that. But I will keep at it and see you at some point. At one of these expos. Well, if you're talking about the A350, that's what I call the third generation Airbus cockpit, and it is a very nicely done cockpit, and it's a very well thought out cockpit, and it's very nice for pilots. It's what they designed it to be, really good for pilots. Thanks, Mary Arbitrary. You'll like the A350. It's from Any Builds. Occasionally it has had some problems. I updated it last week, took it on a flight, and it was smooth. No problem. So the Any Builds A350, I think, is 100% ready to go. Mary Arbitrary says it's driving distance for this year's expo. Really? Well, I hope they don't drive you crazy, Mary Arbitrary. And Mary Arbitrary's lurking. Yeah, Impossible Face, I think you're right. I think that the hiccups with the Any Builds A350 are fixed. So, come on. That's a good airplane. You'll like it a lot. I mean, it's going to be great for across the pond. Really good for across the pond air because that's what it's for. I think it'll be good for the next leg of cross the pond. That's definitely one. I mean, it's either that or the 777 cargo liner for cross the pond. Lovis says Moncton is coming up now. I guess that means the Terrence and Phillip concert is over. We appear to have a little bit of wind here. I feel like I'm being bounced around just a little bit. I think there's a little bit. What's the wind doing here? Winds are 246 at 26 knots. Doesn't look like they're changing all that much. Oh my gosh. Polyot, somebody was just asking about you. And I said all was right with the world. You were just busy with life and stuff. Welcome aboard. You got off another Twitch-hosted Zoom call. The second call they invited it to you in a month. Really? Well, welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming in. We're doing pretty good. I have been behaving. I've done a pretty good job of spelling the titles too. So that's been good. I know you don't believe that, but there you go. Got the, and it took almost 3 hours to update DCS World. But I got it done last night. Cursed Katana likes pancakes. Pancakes are good. The world is flat. Well, sort of. Preparing for my first stint in your new role later this week. Really? Well, let's see. I'm trying to come up with a roll joke here. And you know, garlic butter and hot rolls and stuff's about it. So clearly I'm not on a roll now. Leslie, yes, I've heard you. I guess it finally sunk in. Leslie 1975 and CJ9 are connected. Our family. And welcome in. It's cool that there's family here. Loviz was talking to Pauliette about buying a castle. Oh my gosh, are you talking, Pauliette, you're talking about the new role where you get to be judgmental? Really? Roll 'em and smoke 'em. JSG Droid is here. Hi, JSG Droid. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Hope you survived Monday okay. Really? You get to use the band hammer and everything. Wow. Pauliette's got a new job, and it's going to be really awesome. That's why Pauliette needs a new castle. It's not the full formal position. You're going to take the role of deputy for a few months. Oh, okay. Is that like just a come in, be a deputy for a few months, you know, learn how to do things and on-the-job training? Okay, Loviz says it might be about time to get beeped here. Yeah, I'd say Moncton's up. Loviz says that deputies don't get castles. Hey, Blackwell Ninja, do they have a toned-down deputy mallet? Not training, it's a role you can take when you're qualified, but it's not your full-time job. You do it to fill in as needed so you can keep practicing law. Well, that makes sense. So you get paid per day, per salary. That kind of seems to be a great way to ease into that. Plus, you get to continue doing the law practice outside of that. I've actually only had one instance in my life where I've ever had to you know, have the services of an attorney. He's a really good guy too. And he did, I think, sort of the same thing. I think he used the term, he was a backup judge or something. So still had the law firm, practiced and all that, but then was a backup judge and so could be called in as needed. So I think that that's kind of what they would call it here. I don't think that they called it deputies here. But really super, it wasn't anything serious or anything like that. Okay, everything else is good. So low-vis is just coming into what could be Boston Center. So low-vis may be getting beeped for that. Although it's really busy in Boston right now. They may ignore us until we get into Moncton. That's the plan until health stabilizes. Okay. Oh, you get to keep your partnership. That's awesome. And then when you get the title, that's your first job. So you're thinking Q4 of this year or Q1 of next year. That is when Polyet enters the Q continuum. Trying to fly with a little bit of flair today. Looks like we're still landing. The airplane is still staying 2341 Zulu. If you're trying to figure out how long, the current time is 2238. Wow. What's our ground speed? 492 knots. I guess this was a lot longer than I thought it was. Oh, really? So we could do combined chats on the screen while you're simulcasting. Well, that's nice of them. I did have a chat thing up originally. Then when I went to meld, I didn't have that anymore. Nobody seemed to complain. I guess if I would start doing, you know, like some just chatting sessions, maybe it would be good to pop that in and find a way to do that. But right now, I've kind of dropped that completely out. I did have it up in the beginning, you know, when we were playing music and stuff at the beginning of the flight. Rocket 1980 says posture check. Yeah, towards the end of the day, my posture starts to get a little messed up, doesn't it? Thank you, Rocket, for reminding me to sit up straight. And let's see, Dougal is here. Hi, Dougal. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by and welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Okay, let's see if I can get a weather here first. Nope, I can't get it that way. The hard part about this airplane is you know, getting weather information in here isn't all that great. Let's see. Original Darkwind, welcome aboard. Cursed Katina Blade. No, well, everybody's chill here, but you don't have to stop. I think I will set Leslie's aircraft up for auto land and no auto land. Well, that's a good way to start. I mean, learning to land these jets and stuff is not easy. Original Darkwind, we are not there yet. Dougal wants to know about an issue where no DME data shows any aircraft except the Phoenix. That sounds like a... If it's only showing up in the Phoenix, it doesn't sound like you've gotten the rest of your navigation data done. Did you do it all? Nav data for everything, you know, the other airplanes too, not just the Phoenix. Rocket, yeah, this will probably be my last flight today. We've already done vectors to Copenhagen, and vectors to Copenhagen is really, really good. .101, everything's great. So low vis is already in the Boston area here. We're just kind of skirting up to the north of it right now. And no ADAs for YHC at the moment. Last low vis checked and found out that it was probably runway 15. No snow or anything. Hey, quit closing the windows. Let's see. Who is that? Lewis is back in chat. Hi, Lewis. Welcome back to you, and thanks for coming in today. Welcome aboard. You got the B2 today. I forget what that was. CJ9 will be right back. We'll wait right here. And that would be the smoky sneeze for today. Because we've got wildfire smoke again. Top of descents in 279 miles. No update on the simulcasting. Oh, okay. So longest ads in the world. So Dougal, sorry about all the longest ads in the world. Thank you for putting up with them. I was answering back thinking that maybe the last time you updated nav data, did you get them for all the airplanes, including the sim? Because maybe the sim didn't get updated. I mean, that's about all I could probably figure out on that. Let's see. Ate Suat. Did I even come close on that, Lewis? It's been a long time since I've taken French class. A very long time. But of all the foreign language classes I ever took, French was my favorite. That was fun. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but that I just seem to, it worked. Maybe it was the way, who was the teacher? She was good. She was one of those really good teachers that, Miss Hanson, I think that's it. Yeah. And I remember, it's been decades. Merci, bonsoir. That's about all I remember. It's been, because I've never used it, but still. Did I see any of the Pacers game last night? I'm afraid not. I actually don't have a TV. Let's see. Ian's got pizza. But I didn't remember it as being all of that complex. Our school, we had a choice of French or Spanish. No, it wasn't a choice. You had to do one semester and then the other. This was junior high. The only thing that I would say is I wish they would have started it when we were younger. CJ9 has got beverages. Bonsoir is good evening. Yes, so most of the time whenever we're flying in Sim France, Lewis, whenever we're flying, a VATSIM event or something in France, it's always in the evening. So bonsoir to the air traffic controllers. Also going into Ontario. We can do that going into Ontario. And then just over the border, we've got Guten Abend. So we're starting to pick up a few of them. Hey, YYZ has an ATIS now. No, CYHC. Well, no, they've just got the frequency up. They don't have a message yet. Always like to check and see what the airports are doing. That's one of the things I was pretty good at. That, you know, the pronunciations I did work on anyway, so. And that was long before I knew I wanted to be a broadcaster or anything like that. Buongiorno, Canada Bear, welcome aboard. Loviz has the YYZ ATIS. I don't have any that showed up in my V-Pilot yet. Beanie Baby says boom and no. Boo and no. Did I do a... Oh no, Beanie Baby had a crash. Wait a minute, you were just flying along with us. You weren't doing anything, nothing weird. Did you fly over an airport? Did you fly over an airport or something that maybe you had a bad airport scenery or something? Could that be it? Could that have been what happened, Beanie Baby? YHZ is landing on runway 23. Okay, let's go ahead and use that valuable bit of spy intel and make some changes here. So Loviz says we're going to land on runway 23. So charts, approaches. So we're not runway 5, it's runway 23. Cool. All right, now we got to go and check these out. Let's also go ahead and clear these. We don't need the Toronto, and I always like to clear out charts that I know we're just not going to need because it gets confusing. Beanie Baby, I only have YYZ, MCO, LAX, and MKE. Okay, so it couldn't be like an airport or something. Mountain Man, second flight plan page comes in handy. Oh, I see what you're saying. So go ahead and plug it in there. I thought before we hit the star, we could just change the star in the runways before you hit the star. Loviz just there's the YHC ATIS. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's Lewis and Canada Bear, not. Okay, let's come over here and do this. So ILS runway 23. So it's up here at the top. There's Duder, Liros, and Otvov. And we're landing to the south. So that means we're going to do the transition called log pole, and Duder does have a transition into the ILS. So let's go. And so like I said, and maybe I'm doing this wrong, Mountain Man, but I figured we could just go in and do departure and arrival because we're not into the star yet. Arrivals. Now we're going to go to ILS 23. It's the Fundy arrival via Ebony, and my guess we'll use that transition. Now let's go into legs. Toxel, Ebony, Mukvak. You got to be careful the way you say that. Take this Duder, and I'm going to leave vectors in. I know I've got it in twice. I want to leave it in twice. Just because I don't want to automatically make this turn. If you look over here at the runway, at the arrival, you come in at log pole Duder, and then you maintain a heading of 053 in the star. So I don't want to connect my star with my arrival until they tell me to. That can get you into some trouble. Do I know how to fly the DHC-7? It's been a very, very long time ago since we've been in the DHC-7. Drumma is here. Hi, Drumma. Welcome in. And back to VNAV, 220 miles from top of descent. There is an ILS, and you have to program that in manually. You're also asking me to comment? Oh, I'm so far. I've got no idea. I'm so far out of French class, I've got no idea what you're saying. Okay. ILS 1099. And even if they are using the an RNAV or something or visual, it's just nice to have the ILS in as some extra good guidance on the descent. Halfway there and we're living on a prayer. Yep, that's our life. Minimums are 650 feet. We can do that, and this airplane is a pain about that. So you got to get yourself a special view. Sort of a special view like this. Okay, so for the Barrow and 650 feet. Lewis, was that, I'm doing great if that was for me. If that was for somebody else, that was your conversation. Baston wants to talk to us. Okay. Boston Center is 134.7. Let's listen in and continue. The Boston people are a bit needy today. Okay, let's continue to dial in our 600. And we'll just listen in on the radio. I don't like to just start blasting away. Minimums again, 650 feet. Como se va? I do remember that. Ça va bien, I think. Is I'm okay? Como se va? Ça va bien? That's a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Well, nobody's talking on this frequency. $590. We're gonna go to 650. 650. Boston is talking? I don't hear anything. Oh, do I have to turn on switches here? Okay. So 134.7. 134.7. V-Pilot audio is up. I heard people else. It's there. I don't hear anything. I'm on VATSIM. Wait a minute. Look at this. It says I'm tuned to 134.699, not 134.7. That was weird. Did you see that?
Taxi 712.
It said 134.999. Maybe that's payback for my stupid joke about double negative in German.
Boston Center, 249 November Delta is clear, runway 32 on Echo, taxiing back. Looking for flight following to Alpha.
Bonsoir. Now, yeah, my 999 joke. That's a triple negative.
249 November Delta depart VFR. Call for flight following airborne.
Call for flight following when airborne, 249 November Delta.
Baston Center. Hello there, United 441, Flare 441, excuse me. We are 146 miles west of Ebony at flight level 350.
Flare 441 Boston Center, hello, squawk 1347.
1347 for Flare 441. Squawking. That was really strange. I've never seen that happen before. The little COM 1 frequency 134.999. I've never seen that.
Good 4580, climb maintain flight level 20.
Okay, it's Flare 441, not United 441.
651, contact New York, approach 125.7. American 2611, contact New York, approach 125.7.
New York City.
And over New York, approach 2574.
172 miles to top of descent. I still don't have their ATIS showing up here. This is weird. I still don't have their ATIS showing up in this either.
WestJet 120, contact Moncton, Center 132.2.
Moncton on 132.2, WestJet 120, thanks a lot.
Maybe I'm too far out. Far out, man. 132.2 is next. Okay, got it.
2037, leaving my airspace. Cleveland Center is closed. The radar service.
Ian, the next time we're going to be going on is Thursday, so we'll see you then. Have a great time with your brother. Oh, it's failing? Well, we'll see you whenever you can come back. And Lewis was saying, bonjour, bonsoir. I'm going there this evening.
400 Boston Center, staying in your position?
Have I ever done stand-up comedy? No. I never have done anything like that. There have been some incredibly great moments that have presented themselves, and so there's been a great funny line, but never done anything like stand-up.
Main 1054 Boston Center, hello to center, maintain flight level 230. 230,
Okay, everything's good. Although there are some things in the spy flight and in the spy novels that might be considered stand-up comedy.
14 Heavy Boston Center,
but they probably weren't that funny.
Boston Center with 14 Heavy, your flight level 200, next inbound, Papa Sierra in
This 14 Boston Center, sorry.
Hey, we got YHC. It's still here. YHC is now in. Yay.
Frontier Flight 1925, contact Moncton Center 132.2.
Okay, we're good. Got that. You don't need stand-up. You just subject people to it when they tune in for the weather update. There were times when there were some pretty funny days, when it was weather time and stuff. If you're talking about my last life. ACARS, we might have flown the DHC-7 a very long time ago, maybe once or twice, and then I don't think that we liked it very much. So we never did much with the DHC-7. I do the DHC-6, the Otter, that's a lot of fun. Mark Sage is over on YouTube. Hi Mark, welcome aboard. Good to see you, and thank you for coming in on YouTube, Mark. Loviz, one of these Mondays, we should do YHC and fly up to Goose Bay. I'm trying desperately to come up with some sort of a goose joke or something like that, but Loviz says we need to do Goose Bay. I doubt we would squawk about that. So we're talking about departing from Moncton
1,200.
and going to Goose Bay. How about if I put that in the notes for next week? Goose Bay.
Redwood 623, contact Boston, approach 133.0, so on.
So Halifax to Goose Bay. Got it. That's good. I don't think we've done that.
Looking for flight following to Alpha Sierra Hotel.
Something in the Grumman Goose might be fine. Maybe we could take a gander at it. Thalo coming in. Loviz says another one is St. John's. That was the departure point for all of the Liberty ships and stuff going across the pond in the Second World War. That might be nice. St. John's, YYT, YYTT, or St. John's.
Lufthansa 330s, cross straight.
And Loviz says that's YYTT.
Crush straight at and maintain flight level 240, Delta 330. I mean, Lufthansa 330.
Okay, got it.
American 1416, contact approach 133.0.
133.0.
Santi is in chat over on YouTube. Hi, Santi. Welcome aboard. Mark likes to watch the live stream from Madeira. We actually love to fly into Madeira mostly because you get to do the circle to land. We actually haven't been to Madeira in quite a while. How about if I put that in next week's flight plan too? Mark, is there a day that you can join us? Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week? Later on in the week for a flight to Madeira? The circle to land there's really fun. We could depart from, we could do Gibraltar to Madeira. I ended up in the drink. Me? Madeira? That was a long time ago. That was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far, far away.
American Canada 251 squawk.
I descended into the sea, really. Gibraltar to Madeira. I'll pop that in.
American 1054 Boston, sending on frequency.
Just as some suggestions. It could be quite quacky. Okay.
American 1054, proceed direct Roebuck.
Direct Roebuck for 1054.
It's CYTT.
American 1054, what's your airspeed?
Got it. Thank you.
69 for 1054.
Okay, got that there.
Maintain Mach 0.7 tree or greater.
Good. All right, I better pay attention for a second. Situational awareness time. Is Gibraltar a long way to Madeira? Where do we usually go when we do Madeira?
Delta 2659, contact New York Center now.
Polyet says we should do Lisbon instead of Gibraltar. Okay. The plane to Lisbon. Okay, Ebony, how we doing? We are 109 miles from top of descent. We've got the ATIS aboard. We've got all the information. The one thing we haven't done is the altimeter, 3002. Preset the altimeter.
It's going to be New York Center, 125.
Altimeters are set. We're all ready to go. Gibraltar is okay. Okay. Either or, those would be fun.
Moncton Center now, 132.2.
132.2 for Flare 441. Thanks. Have a great week. Moncton Center. Madeira is unusable. Middle of the runway, there's a huge wall. Moncton Center, very good evening. Flare 441 is 65 miles west of Ebony at flight level 350. We've got your information hotel aboard too.
Flare 441, good evening, 350, continue in, then I'll have a descent for you in a little bit.
Flare 441, we will continue. Thank you.
WestJet 120, over to terminal now, 19.2.
Terminal 19.2, WestJet 120, thanks.
Qatar 6 Foxtrot, you can resume your previous course.
For what it's worth, Low Viz, you sound really good. I know you're battling some COVID and stuff, but your voice sounds really good. Really good. So, Leslie, Madeira has a wall in the middle of the runway. You're over on, are you over on an Xbox by any chance?
253 Tango Alpha, you went 040 to left.
Canada Bear says it should be CYYT. Okay, thank you. Got it.
Rouge 1520 at your discretion, descend 10,000. St. John's altimeter is 2.
Okay, everything is aboard.
Is 299 or 7.
Frontier 1925 with you, flight level 350.
Fuel is still good.
Air Canada 1332.
Landing with 2.7 in the tank.
Still 300 at 11. Take off from 932. Identified
85 miles out.
Climb.
This is one of those regular weekly VATSIM events that's been going on for years. Loviz got the ILS runway 23 with the Duder transition. Reese is back. Hi, Reese. It's still not working. Okay. So I would go to their official page, Reese. There's a website. There's the website where they've got a forum and you can ask questions. I think it's time for you spent too much money on it, Reese. I would go and put in a ticket for help. Or you could go and play solitaire.
Just trying to find your flight plan.
I think you go to that one place where you could go and put in a ticket with the Microsoft support team and say, hey, something's going on here.
I'll just summon it again so you can see again.
Roger, that'd be appreciative.
Nothing really to do there. We could run some numbers for landing, but we're on the long runway, I think.
Foxtrot Tango 1925, you with me?
Mountain Man might help out on Discord, Reese.
Was that from Frontier 1925?
Something about not being old enough to play poker. Not so bad. Okay. Halifax has, oh my gosh, it's not a big day. It's 12 arrivals. I figured there'd be like 40 or 50. 40 or 50.
And Center Foxtrot X-ray Tango Charlie.
What a quiet day in Halifax.
Foxtrot X-ray Tango Charlie, go.
WestJet 120 is our next arrival, followed by a Frontier flight and a Dallas flight. No, well, there's 13 arrivals now. I figured it'd be a lot bigger than this. What's going on? It's Moncton Monday. All the cool kids are hanging out in Moncton. Top of descent in about 60 miles. No snow in this part of the world, although earlier,
Boys and
about
girls, I'm just having a real tough time finding everyone.
2 or 3 days ago, there was a little bit of snow on a Montana mountain pass. There was snow on a Montana mountain pass 2 or 3 days ago.
1332 identified.
Wasn't, you know, a big bunch of snow, but it, you know, that mountain cam looked really looked really good. I forget which one, but always gets a little jazzier
Delta 2746
at top of descent.
Foxtrot Tango 1925. Not sure what the company call sign is.
Frontier.
Frontier 1925. Descend 10,000.
Thought it was Frontier
Halifax,
Flight.
3002.
Let's see. Bombier, welcome aboard. You thought I was UK? Oh, just ask Sunjammer. Whenever I do my
441 at your discretion, 10,000 3002 for your altimeter.
3002 on the altimeter at our discretion, 10,000 feet for Flare 441.
Flare 441, I believe I know that voice again. Foxtrot over to Boston, 1347.
Let's see. But yeah, Bombier, yeah, not UK. No, you don't want to hear. Sunjammer and Polyat have both told me that I'll be banned if I do that. I'm afraid that I've been a yank a few too many years, so I can't sound like that. Yeah, Reese has already heard it once, and it's not good. I could still call for Mr. Holmes on the moors. I just have to do it a certain way, right? Okay, everything's good here. And the airplane's going to do our own descent.
My apologies for the delay, sir. 3165 for your squawk.
3165, figure retreat.
Yeah, maybe if I decide to go and start, if I start bringing, you know, if I start bringing Guinness or Newcastle back home, maybe that'll help my accent there. I mean, everything sounds better, right? If you're, everything sounds better after, you know, a few pints, right?
Frontier 1925.
I'm sure that my singing would sound like an absolute rock star. Nothing to worry about here. All the things are on automatic and we're good. Tim Dog is gonna do DCA to Boston. Tim Dog, are they taking off to the north? Do you get to do the reverse river visual for your departure? A lot of people think that Mustafa is from Canada. Well, with a name like
Foxtrot X-ray Tango Charlie, sorry for the delay, sir. You're cleared.
Moose is kind of a Canadian flavor.
Plan runway 24.
I would guess. So, you know, Canada Bear, I would have easily thought that.
34 Osprey, Mountain 5 departure.
Really could have thought that for sure.
Squawking 3174. X-ray, single chart.
Top of descent in 20 miles. Reese has been here for a year, really. A little bit, Reese. It's been growing a little bit, you know, and I'd much rather have slow but steady growth than big monster things that go up and down. But it's just been such a wonderful experience, and especially for me, being able to take the things that I was doing for years and put it into something like this has been awesome.
Moncton Center, good evening. Walker 1417 with you, 1515,000.
Walker 1417, good evening.
Phalo, we don't have to push the button on this one.
Filed, looks to step away for 2 or 3 minutes, Jim.
It's a Boeing. We don't have to press. We don't have to press the button. Bumbier, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you being here. I know we get to just kind of chill out. That's the whole thing. Yep, Frank has to stand down. That's TV's Frank from Mystery Science Theater. If you don't know what that emote is that Thalo popped up.
All right, everybody, just stepped on everyone else. Okay, Provincial 290, you're still on the ground?
8 miles to top of descent.
Roger, Provincial 290, your wind's 310 at 11, clear to takeoff runway 33.
Well, that's the nice thing, especially about, you know, the flight simulator community. We're all here kind of learning stuff because there's so much to learn in, you know, it's not a typical computer game. And there's so much cool stuff to learn in this. Whether you're flying Microsoft Flight Simulator or, you know, part of my day off entertainment stuff that I'll be doing is learning the Corsair. So much to learn about these airplanes. You know, the new ones and the old ones. So that's the cool part. And almost time to descend. You'll notice the throttles will automatically pull themselves back. And there they go. Boy, I'm glad that worked out. So throttles go back. It looks like almost to idle for the descent. Yeah.
There's 1520.
And our descent is good.
Plan runway 28 by the RNAV. And you can make your descent 7,000.
And then over on the arrival. So we're on the Fundy arrival here. Fundy is right there. There we go. So Ebony, Ebkid, Movox. And then we need to make sure that we turn up to the north. And we should. So we're all good to go there. Couple of speed restrictions. Well, just one really. It's 210 knots and 5,000 feet at Longpo. Average Canadian has arrived safely, landed with a minus 65. That's a great landing. Reese, yeah, that's the other cool thing is we all kind of struggle with something every now and then, you know, a bug or something like that. And with this, you know, these communities that have kind of sprung up both here on Twitch, YouTube, but also Discord is a great place to go and try and solve problems, which is great.
I'll have a descent for you shortly.
Mark, I was going to give it at least one try. Usually when I go into DCS World,
1 over to terminal now, 19.6.
119.2 for Flare 441. Thank you for the excellent ATC and always a fun Moncton Monday.
Sure, Spy.
119.2. And this is terminal. And it is terminal with information Juliet. Halifax terminal. Hello from Flare 441 descending to 10,000 feet with information Juliet.
Flare 441 Halifax terminal, good day. Expect ILS from 23 approach, 20 transition. Descend 8,000, Halifax altimeter 3002.
3002 on the altimeter, descending now to 8,000 feet and expecting the ILS runway 23 Deuter transition for Flare 441. So now what I'm going to do is go in here, and they gave me the transition. So because I've got that transition, I'm now going to get this Deuter and put it on top of this Deuter and execute that, and that way we'll do the transition. But yeah, Mark, I've had trouble with DCS World. Just doesn't, it's a little heavier sim for me and the live stream, but I wanted to at least try and do the Corsair once. And mostly that's going to be, can we take off? Can we fly, you know, fly out to the carrier or something and then land on the carrier? Which is, you know, we'll see. There's a lot to learn about that airplane. But apparently the Corsair does come with it with an aircraft carrier. You get a period, you know, aircraft carrier that's correct for the time period. It was, I think those were the Essex classes for World War II. Captain Chris, welcome aboard. You show up. You're never late. You get to show up whenever you want. Welcome aboard, Captain Chris. Loose Cat, we are going to wrap up after this if we can. Time to take a little bit of a break. Go make a flatbread pizza. And read a flight manual. Clearly, I've got a problem. If that's what I'm going to do with my time off, is read a flight manual. Thalo, yeah, it's sort of like, so this is my beginning of my weekend, so yeah, it's time to start getting, you know, a little bit celebratory, a little bit rowdy. Well, rowdy. I think I've gotten old, a little too old for the use of the word rowdy. $24,000 feet, seatbelts. Heading bug, straight up. It's so nice this time of year to be flying in VATSIM events because it's light outside. It's not pitch black. The lighting is really, really good on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 at night, but it's so dark.
Delta 714, contact Moncton Center 132.2 today.
You're going to head off. Reese, thanks for coming in. Hey, Reese, Mountman says maybe you could help out a little bit on Discord. I hope you can connect over on the Discord server and sort out your SIM. Oh, Thalo, it's all, you know what, my schedule throughout my entire career has been so ridiculously crazy. I mean, you know, my weekends have been anything but the usual weekends, which is fine. Okay, let's bring in the map click. Looking good.
And approach it to call from Alpha Delta. You want this on heading 2900 for now?
Alpha Delta, affirmative, then that's traffic.
Good night, Reese. Thank you for coming in. We'll see you next time. Have a wonderful evening and a few days. $20,000 feet. Altimeter is 3.
Alpha Delta, you can expect to turn about 15 miles.
Roger.
Looking good. We're all set. It's going to be smooth and by the numbers. Well, every day in my world, every day is an okay day for pizza.
4,000.
Every day is an okay day for pizza. That being said, you can't have pizza every day, so.
Alpha Delta, turn right at Zubit on course.
Oh my gosh, pizza with pineapple. Well, if it's a proper Hawaiian pizza, pineapple is a key ingredient. If you're gonna do a proper Hawaiian pizza, you gotta have pineapple on it. And there are some very tasty Hawaiian pizzas. I still remember one from 30 plus years ago for me on the big island of Hawaii in Hilo. Now that was a proper Hawaiian pizza and it was so good. I think they had like a wood stove, so it had a little bit of the wood stove flavor in there.
But 441, proceed direct to Deuter, rejoin the star.
Direct to Deuter now and rejoin the star for Flare 441.
Roger.
Legs, Deuter, Deuter, and Deuter. There's our direct to. We just
flight 1925,
cut
cleared
a
Halifax,
bunch, little bit off there.
approach,
That was a
Deuter
nice
transition.
direct to.
Cleared ILS to right, Deuter transition, French 945.
How we doing on our descent here? Heading bug. Looks like we're going to be just fine on our descent. Captain Chris, pizza with pineapple. Oh my God, guys, I'm killing you right now. Well, we're not saying put it on your pepperoni or your sausage pizza, but if you're doing a pizza with like, you know, the standard white sauce and ham,
Hotel Delta contacts Moncton Center 132.
we start talking about it, you know, a proper Hawaiian pizza. There you go. Oh yes, a little bit of garlic on that too.
120,
Not a
contact
lot.
ground 121.9, good day.
Ground point 9, WestJet 120, thanks a lot.
I think Lovis has landed.
Flare 441, descent 6,000.
6,000 now for Flare 441. And Lovis got 121.9 for ground. Well, Captain Chris, I mean, you're talking two different worlds here. You know, are we talking a proper, you know, Italian pizza from Italy, from Naples, Italy? Okay, absolutely. You're not going to put pineapple on it. But if you're over in Hilo, Hawaii, it's not necessarily going to be a you know, a proper, you know, Neapolitan pizza. Oh, Thalo wanted to use that emote. Okay. See, I'm one of those bad people that comes out and, you know, just kind of every now and then just pops in the pizza with pineapple emote just to stir up trouble. Loviz had a really nice landing, a minus 164. And Loviz also did vectors to Copenhagen today in the Fokker F-28 and had a great landing. Polyat's ordering pizza tonight.
Halifax, Terminal G'day, call me
What kind of
F1
pizza
with
do you
call
want,
from the
Polyat?
threshold to clear takeoff from Jeffrey.
From the threshold, tier 2 tree, we'll call
Erie?
you Air Canada
Yes,
613.
isn't that an interesting story, Erie? Yes, the Hawaiian pizza was invented in Canada. But yeah, that's a great story. And I believe the guy was from, the guy from Canada, you know, was Greek. Something that Sibby doesn't like to talk about much. Let's see. Polyat is going to have pepperoni. Yeah, the guy was Greek, lived in Canada, and made the Hawaiian pizza. I love that. See, I just think that makes, okay, we're all neighbors in the world. Italian, living in Canada, making a Hawaiian pizza. That is an awesome world to be in. I think it's, yeah, Well, see, the other thing you got to realize is Sibby's sense of humor is also one where there might be protest, but she'll think certain things are awesome too. Sybil is old friend, been live streaming, and is her mom is a real world airline pilot, and Sibby taught me everything I started to learn about Airbuses. So really great friend. And that's just so much fun for me. Okay, I will stop doing that. No, she hates it, Pauliot. It's terrible. Worst thing in the world. Yes, it's an abomination. Or what did Hagrid say?
Air Canada
no, it's an outrage. No, that isn't it.
Standby 1
it's no. I'm going to need to watch some Harry Potter. It's an outrage or whatever. I forget. How did you get on with the Airbus and the 777 videos? Oh, ones that I'm making or watching some other ones?
602, you can expect Dallas from the 2-tree approach due to your transition.
Okay, so
what have I been doing? I've got ideas about some training things. Yes. I watched all of the Airbus. In fact, I watched all the Airbus stuff and saw that there were really good things to learn from them.
And Halifax Terminal, Air Canada, 613 passing through 2.345,
I saved a few of them that I thought that there were cool things to learn about. I mean, ideas that I thought that they were really good.
Turn right, direct Kelno on course, climb flight level 230,
okay,
Air Canada,
I'd better... Okay, and I think it's 2:30.
Echo 602 heavy.
Flaps 1.
Due to rejoin the star.
Flaps 1. Auto brakes 3. Flight attendant, seats for landing. Continuous restart after 10,000 feet.
And Echo 602, descend 6,000, Halifax altimeter 2, correction 3002. Roger.
Fox departure will be in Kansas 498 approaching short 2-3 on Lima.
And the 498 traffic is 7.5 miles final, winds calm, clear takeoff from 2-3.
Clear takeoff from 2-3.
Speed brakes are armed, auto brakes are set. We're looking good there. I'm going to make it flaps 30.
Clear 441 to set 4,000.
4,000 for flare 441.
And flare 441 will make a 4,000 restriction at Deuter.
4,000 at Deuter. Yes, we will be at 4,000 at Deuter for flare 441.
Flare 441, roger. Cleared Halifax ILS from the 2-3 approach to their transition.
Cleared now for the Halifax ILS 23 left Deuter transition for flare 441.
Can the 498 traffic is a 5-mile final.
5-mile final,
Halifax Terminal, Air Canada 251 with you, currently setting out of flight level 220 down to 12,000.
Can the 251 Halifax Terminal, good day, expect ILS from the 2-3 approach due to transition.
Okay, everything's good up here, right? Lights are good. Flight attendants are seated. Continuous restart. Everything's good to go there. I've got...
Roger that. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
Speed brakes are 3. Auto brakes are 3, speed brakes are armed. I think we're ready to go.
Frontier Flight 1925, traffic is a Canada A320 on the roll, winds calm, clear to land on 23.
We're 210 for another 5 miles or so, then we'll slow it down a little bit.
Canada 251, descend 8,000, Halifax altimeter 3002.
Roger, 8,000. Air Canada 351.
Loviz says it was a nice flight. YHC can be. There was a flight that we did come into Halifax. I remember. I think it was a Moncton Monday or something special we were doing. It was snowing. It was no visibility. People were having troubles with that flight. Leslie, are you about ready to land too?
And Canada 498, your altitude is invalid for direction of flight. Would you like 10,000 or 12,000?
Everything's good to go there. After landing on runway 23,
Canada 498, Roger.
we're going to exit at probably Charlie. I think we can go with auto brakes too on that.
Canada 498, just confirm that's 10,000?
10,000, Canada 498.
Roger, my bad. Canada 602, descend 4,000.
Down to 4,000 for Air Canada 602.
Loviz came in with Wolfie one night and everybody was going around. They were putting people into holds. Oh, really? No kidding. Flaps are 10. Very green here right now.
Canada 251, descend 6,000.
The airport was closed down IRL that night. Oh, really? So when Loviz and Wolfie did that flight, it was closed in the real world. No kidding.
Frontier Flight 1925, contact ground 121.9.
121.9, Frontier 925, EKCH.
See ya.
142, let's call it 145. All right. Letting the airplane do just a little bit more work here. Oh, no kidding. So I'm not the only one where I was say, oh, it's going to be a nice chill out flight. And it'll be dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. Really? It was one of those? I'm glad I'm not the only one that does that, but still.
Canada 498, turn left heading 300, vectors for traffic.
Left cruising, telephone right.
And we are cleared for the ILS. There were also controllers in training there. Oh, I'll bet that was fun for them. In the middle of a big storm and stuff.
Canada 251, speed 230 knots or less.
230 knots or less, 251.
set up your cockpit just right, you can come back into the cabin, do a couple of wing views while the autopilot does its thing. Then you ought to go back up and make sure that everything's going the way you expect it to.
Okay, 49 red, clear direct countdown.
Clear direct on them, enough on red.
Oh, I forgot to set inbound course 233.
Can a 602 cleared Halifax, ILS from the 23 approach due to your transition.
Good Halifax, I was 13, I was for Air Canada 637.
Can a 602 confirm that's the ILS 23 approach due to your transition.
I was 23 with my transmission from Air Canada 637.
Roger. Flare 441, wind calm, clear to land on T3.
Runway 23, clear to land, flare 441. I don't see the runway yet. Loviz says it was going to be hazy. There's 5 miles, 140 to land.
Delta 2746, Halifax Terminal, good day. Expect ILS runway 23 approach due to your transition. Extend the 613, contact Mountain Center, 132.2, good day.
Over Center, 132.2. Thanks for ATC, Air Canada 613, see ya.
Have a good one.
I don't see it yet. Got it. Captain's got the airplane. I've got some lights.
Second to 498, contact Moncton Center, 1244, good day.
1244, can I finally meet you?
Gear down 3 green, auto brake, speed brakes.
Glide slow. Glide slow. 400. Glide slow. Glide slow.
Second to 251, descent 4000.
300. Approaching minimum. Glide slow. Glide slow. 200. Minimum.
Landing.
Glide slow.
Delta 2746, descent 6000, Halifax altimeter 3002.
76,000.
100. 50, 40, 30.
Second to 251, cleared Halifax, Arnav Zulu, runway 23 approach, due to your transition.
Roger, cleared Arnav Zulu approach from runway 23.
Roger. Second to 602, speed 170 knots or greater to 5 mile final.
170 or greater to 5 mile final for Air Canada.
Missed my turn so that we could go outside and look at it, but that looked pretty good.
Clear
though.
441, contact ground 121.9, good day.
Ground point 9 for Flare 441. Thanks for the ATC. Happy Moncton Monday.
See you next week, hopefully.
I think so. Halifax ground, hello there. Flare 441 is off runway 23 at Bravo.
Flare 441, hello Halifax ground, welcome to Halifax, taxi Bravo, Alpha, apron on the description and gate of choice.
Bravo Alpha apron, gates our choice for Flare 441, thanks. Okay, that looks good. How bad was it? I mean, usually if I go outside, it's not so great. And I did float a little bit at the end. Landing outside usually is a good... Okay, technically I was in the go-around zone, so I was too long. And the landing was a minus 174, though, with a 0.93 Gs. So, not bad for landing outside the airplane, if I do say so myself. I think that that's a cause for a little unsportsmanlike celebration. Perhaps a little bit of extra pizza or something tonight. I think that might be kind of nice. Nice looking airplane on that too. Loviz says that's butter. Yeah, it's mostly butter with a few lumps in because I was going a little bit too long, right? Thalo, nothing, that's right, nothing unsportsmanlike about extra pizza. You might, yeah, I was gonna float all the way to EGGL. I was doing a lot of floating there. Well, I hadn't pulled the throttle back as far as I wanted to yet. Flaps are up, speed brakes are down, got the airplane all cleaned up. That's a good thing to do. APU's coming on up, I think. Everything's clear up here. That's good news too. Oh, one light was still on. And as we pull into the gate, huge big thank yous for being here. I really appreciated getting to fly along today. Thank you for coming along. It was a really great time. Moncton Monday, but also Vectors to Copenhagen is such an enjoyable event. It's also really good for, it's a great event for testing yourself and in a really complex event. So always enjoy getting to do those. You know, a way you'll probably look at them and see, you know, they kind of get repetitive in some cases. But on the other hand, that's how you practice and get good at airplanes like this. So definitely appreciate you flying along. Thank you for being here. Fish Finder in from Arizona. We were there yesterday. Dogs was flying in on a real world flight and we flew in on a fake flight. And Dogs made it and we did too. Nobody was hurt. So let's see, we'll get a few things together. If you're over on Discord, we'll be putting together Discord, the flight plan. You know, we're not doing the whole week. We're doing just a little bit here and there. But we'll start putting a few of those things together as quick as possible. And also, if you are having a problem with your sim, it's a great place to go and get just a little bit of extra help. That Discord, if you need to. You're not so sure about the puke green on the airplane. It does have a distinctive green color to it. It definitely does. So let's see. These guys can all come down. And we'll turn off navigation. Nav can go off too. Oh, should have done auto brakes disarm. Got those taken care of. And engine should be down enough, so anti-collision lights off. Seat belts can go off too. Those look good. We can come over to the systems page. Go nose gear, left gear, right gear, connect a little bit of AC. And then I usually use pushback helper because it's got a jetway button, and then that'll go over and get our jetway. But yeah, the green is a definite color, isn't it? It's a really weird color for that for sure. Preacher 101, it was a nice day, and thank you for being here. But yeah, I could understand. This is not necessarily the nicest of greens. I can think of some better greens out there. But it got the job done. And it was fun to fly one of the other Canadian LCCs. Loviz, I mean, seriously, you're just absolutely killing the friendly skies here. With, you know, while you're on the mend, getting well soon. You're flying like a pro, and you sound great on there. It's a little bit of a, well, it's a subdued neon green. I would have thought that it would be a darker, richer green. Not that I'm any kind of an expert at color or anything like that, because I'm not. But yeah, it is kind of a little bit like that. But Loviz, really glad you're getting to be able to fly while you keep getting well soon on that one. So we'll put together our flight plan over on Discord, let you know about that probably on Wednesday. One of those days we'll try and do something along the lines of just a quick Corsair flight if I'm able to do something other than crash the thing. It's a really tough airplane, but we'll get that taken care of on Discord. Also, thank you for, there has been some very, very nice gift subs these past few weeks. Thank you for the extra support. It's really going to come in handy, and thank you for helping me to keep this thing going. Now is also the time for me to do a shout out and a huge thank you to the secret agents and special agents and 00s over on Twitch. Thank you. Over on Patreon. The brain starts to fry a little bit. But thank you for the extra support over there. It's one of my favorite parts of the day is getting to go and do that in the morning. So thank you for that as well. I do think I see that Sim Caesar is flying, and it'd probably be a good idea to see what's happening at Caesar's Palace. Good night, Captain Chris. Thank you for coming on in. If you were joining over on YouTube, thank you. I've noticed that there's a few more watching on YouTube lately. Thank you so much for being over on YouTube as well. I'm sorry that the raid thing isn't going to work, you know, for YouTube and all. But I can't wait to see you. Our next flight is going to be, as always, Thursday, 1800 Zulu. And can't wait to see you then. In the meantime, that's right, Tim Dog, you're going to be on the way to Flight Sim Expo, aren't you? And by the way, Arch NDA has been on a long road trip going to Expo and has been doing a little bit of live streaming there. So be sure and keep an eye out for Arch NDA on all that. Are we all set and ready? Thank you so much for being here. I do hope that you are doing well. I hope you had a good weekend. If you are not feeling well, please keep getting well soon. And as always, this is the point where I say thank you for being such great flight sim friends. Thank you for being here. But most important, stay healthy, stay safe, take good care of yourself these days. And I'll see you Thursday. Thanks for being here. Cheers.